That got people forgetting social unity. That party. Every laugh ain't harmless. Every post ain't just jokes. Some people smiling online, crying in real life. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Why? You don't know what they carry when the camera done. Broken souls throw stones, then hide their hands. Cowards in comment sections playing God again. Karma don't miss, no, karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Yeah. YouTube streets messy, everybody got a target. Creators throwing dirt like hate became a market. Mocking people daily, that spirit look haunted. Tell me who raised y'all, this behavior garbage. Laughing at depression, exposing folks' trauma. Then that shock when tragedy follow behind you. The evil energy, boomerang proper. Come pull up silent like a midnight robber. And honestly, do you watch my live? I talk truth, pain, growth, tears, real vibes. Not everybody built for the games online. Some folks want insult from losing their mind. That's facts, no cap. Y'all did the humiliation. Every live stream feel like public execution. Views over souls, cloud over humans. Then wonder why the whole world mentally ruined. Somebody mama crying at night. Somebody daughter hurt inside. Somebody praying not to give up while bullets screenshot pain for life. Shame on you, shame. You need healing too. Only damaged people wake up daily, trying to damage others too. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Tearing them down. You don't know what they fighting when the live stream done. Keyboard killers acting tough online. Whole time spiritually broken inside. Karma don't miss, no. Karma don't skip souls either. Every hateful seed gon' meet the reaper. So to the hurt and bully people, listen close. You matter more than these demons online. These chicks bitter, these dudes weird. Obsessed every day, like why you still here? Refreshing my page while pretending you don't care. Whole personality built off hate and fear. Talk slick online, real life timid. Broken inside, everybody can't feel it. Projecting their wounds while the comments all cheering. That ain't straight, baby, that sickness concealed. And I said what I said. Yeah, some of these creators need therapy bad. Not another live stream drag. Not another fake outrage cash grab scam. Y'all bully for a living, that's sad. Spirit look bankrupt, dusty and mad. And the people encouraging it just is trash. Laugh now, karma got a long memory past. Because words cut deep. So deep. And some people never recover. To everybody bullied online, you are not weak because you hurt. You are not crazy because you feel pain. And don't let these empty souls convince you your life got no value. The loudest bullies usually fighting demons they never healed from. That ain't an excuse, but it's the truth. And to the bullies, get help, seriously. This obsession with tearing strangers apart every day, that ain't normal. Enough is enough. We need love more than ever now. Too many souls out here barely hanging on somehow. No more glorifying painful views. No more clowning her forever new. No more mob attacks for entertainment. That darkness got consequences too. Karma don't miss. Karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you.
Hey y'all, what's up? What's up? What's up? It's your girl Golden, and we are back with another live, y'all. Happy Friday, happy Friday, happy Friday. We made it to the end of the week. I hope everybody is having an excellent day in whatever respectful time zone you're in, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night. It is about 11:32 a.m. here, Eastern Time, in the United States, in the Carolinas. And it is again another lovely day outside. The sun is shining, so y'all know what that means. I am in a good mood. I am hyped up. Okay, we'll be going outside later for a little bit before my son leaves because he, is going to see his puppy this weekend. So, child, I'll be free this weekend. There's gonna be a lot going down, but yeah. Great Friday morning. I have my lovely, lovely co-host here with me, Imani. So Imani, what's up, girl? How you doing? What's going on? How's the weather there where you at? What time is it?
Right. It's 4:33 in the afternoon. The weather's good. And I am okay. I have been busy this morning doing a few chores, but we got some industrial housekeeping for later. We're going to do a big old cleanup.
Definitely industrial. So yeah, later we'll be doing the housekeeping. We got a few cleaning supplies that we need. So we'll go ahead and get those and we'll do our housekeeping later, yeah. But I hope everybody's out. Hey Asher, thank you so much, Asher, for coming over, dropping the tears here. What's up, girl? How you doing? She's talking about you at a party, you want to have a drink, child. We could. And Mama is here per usual. She's in the background. So cool. All right, y'all. So let's get into it. We'll be doing industrial housekeeping cleaning later. We're moving right along. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get into the rest of this interview with Young M.A, with Shannon Sharpe on Club Shay Shay. But then we also will be touching on as well a few of the responses. Y'all know we got to talk about it. It's trending with the Jay-Z, the Jay-Z rap, and how a lot of people are, responding to that. We definitely will get into that video. Then we also are going to be getting into what Jaguar had to say and her feelings and thoughts and opinions about what Jay said, which was like literally one bar. But anyway, and then, like I said, we're going to tap into Big Latto. So we're going to see. She got a few things to talk about as well. Congratulations to her. She just had a brand new beautiful baby that is healthy and well. And so congratulations to her for that. But she also want to talk about some industry stuff and some major names in the industry. So we'll get into all of that. But first, to jump it off, we're going to go ahead and listen to some more of our girl over here, Young M.A, and finish out this interview she had here with Shannon Sharpe. So we're going to start the video off like that. And y'all know, per usual, we'll pause to come and talk. Not Dame Dash pause. Anyway, we'll pause and come back and talk like in 10-minute intervals or whatever after we listen. But we at the tail end of it now. So we're just going to go ahead and play the rest of it and finish it up. So let's get into it, y'all. I'm going to play the video. We'll meet y'all in the chat.
A lot of people don't know like that. That's a thing.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so, yeah, I want a son.
Because sometimes I've seen, heard, I haven't seen that women, like, okay, they go get in vitro and, okay, you have this one and the next one I have. But you say it's going to be your egg and she's going to
carry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the plans.
What type of papa you going to be?
I'm gonna be a good daddy.
Hey, you gonna teach him how to play football?
Oh,
you say this was your old man. This your old man used to do.
Yeah, man. Teach him how.
This what your old man used to
do. Yo, I love it, man. Gangster. Oh man, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. How would you how would you explain someone that had the feelings, like you said very early on, you knew that the feelings that you had, they weren't like, I'm not really attracted to guys. I'm attracted to women.
Mm.
Someone that's in a very similar situation. There are people out there right now that's going to watch this that are in a very similar situation as you were.
Mm.
What advice would you give them?
Be free. I mean, you don't owe nobody nothing. Be free.
Mm-hmm.
Live alone, die alone.
Yeah.
Ain't really too much to explain because, once you free, all that don't even matter no more.
Right.
What you held on to.
Right.
Because once I was free, I ain't look back.
But I think the thing is, with what happened with you is that a lot of times it's the outside mom, dad, grandparents, family, friends, loved ones that put that pressure. You never succumbed. They didn't do that. They let you be you.
Mm-hmm.
So you never really experienced what it was like to no, you can't be that.
Yeah. And that's why I really can't too much speak on.
Right.
Yeah, because I wouldn't understand. But I mean, it's gonna hurt you more holding it.
Yeah, living that lie.
That's all I can say. So you pick your your pain, basically.
At what age did you ever wear dresses? Or what age did you start wearing dresses, or you start doing your hair like a young lady and just nah, this is
so. When I was young, my mom used to, pick out my clothes for school. But my mom never made me a girly girl.
Okay.
She still kept a balance with me. I had sneakers.
Yeah.
I had every pair of Jordans as a kid.
Right.
Know what I mean? Jumpers, jean jumpers.
Yeah.
My mom had us dip as kids. You know what I mean? My mom had her, she was getting her bread.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Say how. But, mommy had us sturdy. So,
right.
My mom always dressed me and my brother almost the same. And, but she, my mom, it was never like girly girl. My mom, she, barrettes here and there as a kid, But it was like she knew my preference, in a sense, until I got a little older, where I could pick out my own clothes, and she had noticed the difference in what I'm picking out.
Right.
And
you're like, damn, you ain't gonna put no dresses, no mini skirts, no. All you got is
she barely had me in dresses neither. Right. Anyway, so you know what I mean. So I barely was. Yeah, even when she got me a jersey, she got me a jersey dress, but she got me the jersey dress instead of that was like, she knew to give me a jersey dress. You know what I mean? Mom Dukes, you know what I mean? But of course, if it was occasion, some type of occasion, I had to wear a dress for certain things and stuff like that. But still, it wasn't too crazy. But I wore one for my graduation, my 12th grade graduation. I had wore a dress.
You wore heels?
Nah, it was like a little wedge. I can't do all that, man. I couldn't, no nails done.
Yeah, you're right.
None of that, man. You know what I mean? So, but I did it because it was like my grandparents and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like that, but that was it.
Right.
I wasn't no dress wearer. Right. I wasn't getting my nails done. You know what I mean?
You ever
no
carried
makeup.
A purse?
No.
You ain't never carried a purse?
Hell no.
Damn.
Oh man, never. I was never like. It was just it. It was a time where I tried to be like tomboyish feminine.
Yeah.
Tomboyish feminine, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But it was really just to see if, to make my mom happy. Right. When I first came out to my mom's, I told her I was bisexual.
Right.
I didn't want her to know I was fully on that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No bi.
Yeah.
I'm on it.
You know what I mean? So I tried to play a little innocence in it where it was like I ain't fully there. But I was lying.
You're right.
You know what I mean? But then that went out the window because I couldn't do it no longer. Once I got a girlfriend and all that, it was just like, hey, listen, this is what it is. This is what it is. And that was it. I'm exhausted.
Hold on. Did you see Drewski's skit?
Which one?
The one he had sex with you on Kai's stream.
You talk about when Kai Cenat said something back.
Yeah.
He said, who did the hitting?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it was the other way around. He was like, wait, hold on. He never say no shit like that.
You're like, hey man, nah. You say I ain't never been with no dude.
I don't know. Drewski be the comedian, man. Nah, that's my son though. We cool. We under the same team and all that. Same management. But yeah.
He also said that you don't like being called a stud.
Yeah, nah, I don't like being called nothing else besides Young M.A. or my name.
So hold on. When did this? I mean, help me out. When did this stud thing come about?
What you mean?
I mean, because when I was, I didn't know there was a name. I just like, okay, they were just lesbian. I didn't know there was a term for the.
I mean, it's like slang. It's like how you come up with a slang word. You know what I mean? Right. I guess it's something.
Is that a common thing now? Women don't like being called studs. I mean, I see some like being called a stud, and they don't like being approached by those guys. Like, hey, bro, I like women. Leave me alone.
I don't know. I know I don't.
You don't like being called that. You just
it ain't that I don't like it. It's like nobody really, like when people say it, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right. But I'm not running around like
advertising.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's not even my body, man. I'm Young M.A.
But it's a thing now.
What?
Guys liking studs.
Yeah, I'll be saying that, but I think it's for entertainment.
I mean, what you mean entertainment? That's a woman.
What you mean?
I mean, if it's a guy and it's a woman, I mean, you call yourself a stud, but you got women parts. But I'm saying you're talking about that's entertainment. Ain't no entertainment.
No, I'm saying it's entertainment for it to be a thing. You're saying it's a thing now.
Okay.
I'm saying that's entertainment.
I mean, but they be looking good. Someone be looking good. They be looking.
They do be looking good.
Yeah.
They look good.
Ain't no entertainment.
I mean, but what that got to do with anything if they look good?
But I'm saying because.
You gotta make me understand. As a man, let me know. Let me know what you see.
Nah, but I think the thing is, like, when I was, let's say, in my 20s and 30s, I'm about to be 58 in about a month. Mm-hmm. And I remember, like, when I saw two women together, I was like, okay, well, they look nice, but it never dawned on me that I would like, knowing that they're in a relationship, that I would be interested in one of them. And so,
which one are you interested in? The stud?
No, I wasn't interested in none of them because I just thought, okay, and I understand they're both women, mm-hmm. but when I see two women together, I'm like, okay, that's what they're like. I keep it moving. It only aroused my curiosity to see what it was like, and to see now straight men say, "Oh, I like the studs," and whatever, like you said, it might be entertainment or whatever the case may be.
Entertainment, probably.
Oh, okay.
Or they might do.
They might like.
But I'm saying it's becoming entertainment,
right?
You know what I mean? But not to say that behind closed doors that type of shit don't go on.
Right.
Yeah, I mean
it just got somebody let it out the bag.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, well, damn.
But yeah, that's what they got going on.
What about the man trying to flip them back?
What you mean?
Try to get them back, come on,
That's dumb, man. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
You be flipping them, why can't flip back?
Hey, go ahead. Okay, that's what I'm saying. They don't got nothing to do with me. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Next question.
Have a man ever pushed up on you seriously?
Like in my face?
Yeah.
No. Cause
they already know you don't get that. You gonna swing on him? You like, look here, bro. I ain't on that type of time.
Listen, no. Never have. That's it.
Damn.
That's it.
Hold on, who did the Photoshop of you at your 34th birthday holding a cake wearing a black dress?
Entertainment.
Hold on. Help me understand. Why is it that somebody wants you to wear a dress and wants you to be a woman so bad?
That's what I be saying. I don't know.
They just want to see. They want to see you in a black dress and some heels so bad. What is it?
I don't know. Maybe because I'm so, I'm Young M.A and I'm so known.
Right.
And I'm the first person they think of as the what's that word I'm looking for? Like just the blueprint, the face of whatever.
Yeah.
But also too, I think too, I'm gonna say, cause I kind of throw a little hint. I mean, a little slick jab on Still Free. That's on the album, song number 2. I mean, it's gonna take more than AI picks for me to change.
Right.
So but I think people do that because I don't have a lot of controversy around my name. Right. Because this ain't the first situation that's been like put out there with Photoshop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They did the little pregnant shit.
Damn.
Yeah. They they want me to be pregnant. They want me to be in a dress. I don't, you know what I mean? So basically, it's no real controversy behind my name. I don't put a lot of, what I got going on for people to talk about.
Right.
It's just the music.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And people just try to find a narrative to run with about me because it's none.
Right.
And that's all they can get. Right. And then it fades. And it's like, all right, well, hello, I'm not pregnant, dummy. I'm not in no dress, dummy.
Right.
And we back onto the music.
Okay.
That's it.
So have you ever tried to?
All right, y'all. So we take a quick pause right there, so we could do some commentary. I was listening, and I just love Young M.A. Like, it's just her swag for me. How she talk and how she reminds me a lot of like my peoples, my family. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So she just keep it all the way 100. But she had some really great deep discussions with Shannon as far as like let's just say gender identity, preference when it comes to dating, how society and other people perceive you, how they want you to be, and labels and titles and all of those things, and how like, you know, she basically saying I don't really necessarily subscribe to any of that. I'm just me, and I just move how I move, and I do what I do, and that's what it is. So I love that. I love that because it's very free, and that's one of the things that she spoke about. She was like, "Yo, just be you, be free." And I love that. I think that, you know, we really need to spread that, you know what I mean, and really just appreciate that. Yeah, it's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with that at all. Like, just be you. You are who you are. And Asher, I seen your question. You were saying, did she actually wear the dress and the high heels? And that's a good question because even while listening to the interview, I know she said it was for entertainment. So I don't know if she dressed up like that and did it for real, and then like took the picture for entertainment, or if somebody photoshopped her dressed up like that. I couldn't be very clear. Imani, I know you listen very closely, probably a lot more closely than I do. So what are some of your thoughts, feelings, and opinions? And did you catch it? Did she really dress up like that, or was that Photoshop?
I didn't catch whether she did or she didn't. So
Okay, so I'm not
yeah, I have
crazy.
to go back and listen to that again. But you know, this interview really does cover a lot. I mean, it covers a lot because initially she talked a lot earlier on about her addiction and her struggles with addiction and the help she received. And this part, you know, like you said, she advises others who are struggling with their sexual identity. She says a great line. She says, "Be free. You don't owe anybody anything." And I think that's really, really sound, sage advice. But also, another thing that she said that was key, she talked about the fact that family acceptance shaped her confidence in coming out. And that's really important because a lot of people don't have that acceptance. And I talked about this a bit yesterday, how I've helped a lot of young people whose families have rejected them when they've come out, and you know, the struggles they've faced. And
Right,
sometimes, you know, you know, tragedy has happened, but it's really, really key that, and you're very blessed if you have family acceptance of it, which is a struggle in a lot of communities. You got a lot of religious people, you get a, you know, our community is, you know, struggles with acceptance, and it's hard. It's hard on both sides, I think, when parents have expectations. But she was really fortunate that her mother was really understanding, and her mother knew and had already accepted it and was waiting for her to accept herself. And that was
right.
what I thought um, was good. And she talks about having a family, being a good parent, talks about even the IVF situation, what it will mean to her and her partner. And she also said that when she first came out, she came out as bisexual before she fully embraced who she was. And I think the key theme about this part was, well, the first part was living authentically is less painful than living a lie. And I think that's really true. And
Right.
yeah, then she talks about the stud label. I've never really understood that stud label. I think it really, because the word stud, um, the definition used to be someone who was like very, very expert in, in the bedroom gymnastics. Now it's become, you know, part of the lesbian label, I would say.
Right.
But she just says she prefers to be called Young M.A, and no, that's and then she touches once again on people creating narratives around uh uh very little things, and she doesn't succumb to the pressure to conform to other people's expectations. So yeah, it was really, really good. And like I said, people, if you haven't seen the earlier part of this interview, you should go back and watch it, because it really, she covers a hell of a lot. She covers grief, she covers addiction, she covers sexual identity. This is like a whole interview covering a lot of stuff. And like we said, please subscribe to Club Shay Shay, because he's a great interviewer. He just allows people to cook, the
Right.
way they want to cook. And I love his style of interview, because he adapts to whoever's sitting across for him. So yeah, I did really like this interview. I thought it was really, really, I didn't know as much. I think one thing I'll say about Shannon Sharpe, you learn a lot more about people that you thought you knew in his interviews. So I would definitely go over there and subscribe to his channel if you're not already. He's a great, great interviewer, and he has some great guests. But yeah, that's what I took from that. I really, she's very, very confident about who she is. But I think that confidence did come from parental acceptance and family acceptance. Yeah, that's what I took from that.
Right. And I agree, like typically, I agree with almost everything, right? We'd be on the same page. Yeah, absolutely. So, number one, Shannon is an excellent interviewer. He's very professional, and he just has like a personality and an energy to where people just want to open up to him and they feel comfortable enough to do so. And I think it's really great when you can find somebody like that you can confide in, have conversations with. You know that they're not going to drag you or clip it or make you look crazy or whatnot at the end of the interview, because all of that stuff happens too. But I really love and enjoy his platform and listening to the interviews he holds. And like you said, what Young M.A saying, basically, yeah, that does make a huge difference if you do have that, family love and support and just unconditional love as well. It can make a huge difference as far as the level of confidence that you're able to walk out in the world and have despite whatever. You know what I mean? And it don't even have to. It doesn't even have to just be about sexuality or anything like that, or our gender identity. It's just if you have that, and it's unfortunate that it's a lot of people that don't and have not experienced that, and that can make sometimes the road harder to travel. But then there are people like yourself and others out there that come along and they fill in that role in that position, and that helps a lot of people and it's beneficial. And if you can be somebody like that for some younger youth or something that you see that may be having a difficulty or some struggle on their path and their navigation, I think that's really noble and it's beautiful. I think it's really like what God and y'all respectfully, that's just I believe in God. But that's what I really think God would want us to do. You know what I mean? So I love that. I love that she has support with her family. And I love that even if you don't have family, there's people out there that will support you and do get you, do understand you and want to love you. And you know what I mean? All of those type of things. So yeah, it was very heartfelt conversation, but also just very open and honest and cool with it. And one of the things I took from the most is like, yeah, be you. You know what I'm saying? Be unapologetically you. That's it. Bet on you. Be you. Don't worry about what society is going to think. Don't worry about what the comment section is saying. Don't worry. I know it's easier said than done. Trust me, I know that. But at the core of it, if you can master that ability, like you'll find that a lot of things will just like not bother you anymore. And that's something I'm actually working on myself, actively trying to get better at. But anyway, let's keep going, y'all. Let's play a little bit more, and we'll meet y'all in the chat.
like change features, have a goatee, have a mustache, anything like that?
No.
You're like, nah, what you see is what you get.
Talk about like a transgender type vibe?
Yeah.
No. I'm happy with
who you
me.
Are. Yeah.
I'm sturdy. I'm good, man.
Hold on. You directed a porn for Pornhub?
For sure. Yeah, man.
You trying to get it? You trying to be a director?
I ain't trying. I was.
You want to do that again?
I would, absolutely.
So Pornhub, Jules, oh, okay. I don't know. I mean,
no, I thought you said what you was about to say.
No, I'm just saying. So hold on. How
what?
No, I'm like, how did you like? You know what? I want to be a director.
No,
not
they
for a music
called
video.
me.
They called you?
Yes. They know my body. They know I get them girls going. What you mean? What you mean, guys? Yes, bro. Oh, you late to the party, guys?
Yeah, I'm real late. Yeah, y'all done had the party.
I wait, call up, yeah. Let me get up in there.
No, well, I was like, well, damn, y'all had the party, didn't tell me nothing about it. So now hearing about it a week later.
Nah, I even got my own toy line. It's called Play Nice. Play NYCE. Dildos, all that. Vibrators for the women.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a whole market, bro.
Yeah, I guess like Candy Bird's got a toy line too, right?
I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah, man.
So what was that experience like?
It was cool, man. It was directing. Yeah. It wasn't as people think it was. Like it
well, I'm sure I'm people.
It was all women's thing.
It's girl.
Yeah, all girls.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But yeah, it's what you see on the screen is what's going on.
Right.
Yeah, you just like Hot Man's right here.
Yeah.
That's me.
So you tell change me, okay, get over here, do this.
Yeah. That wasn't
you switch that up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, why that's so hard to believe?
Because I ain't never been a porn director. I done met some directors been on some $200 million. I ain't never been one.
Hey, hello. I'm here.
So is that something that you will like do more of?
Yeah.
Would you direct a boy girl, a boy girl, a boy girl?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if it was an opportunity presented, I don't care if it's a man. You know what I mean? Like, let's get it right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
Hey, you know what? I learned something every day, man.
Mm-hmm.
So you done turned into Ryan Coogler. You Ryan Coogler, Antoine Fuqua of the porn industry.
Hello.
Queen Latifah. Cleo had set it off. Is it true that Issa Rae approached you about reprising that role?
Nah. It was definitely a thing that went viral, but nah, I never got that call.
Would you play that? Would you?
In the movie? Yeah. I did a TV show.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to do? I mean, would you like to do TV? Would you like to do movies?
Yeah, that's like probably the next outlet for me.
Right.
Yeah. For sure.
But you had an opportunity at Empire, right?
Yeah.
And you turned it down.
Yeah.
Why?
Because at that time I wasn't Young M.A fully developed, and I knew, with that type of position, that would push a different character in the spotlight and kind of take away from who I was really
trying to be.
Exactly.
You was trying to develop.
Yes, and I knew that wasn't.
That would suppress it, and now
exactly.
They go like, oh, she all of a sudden Empire gone. Now she
now she's trying to be a rapper. Yeah.
Okay, that was good. That did good to see.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And so I know you don't regret that.
No, I dubbed it from the door.
Right.
No disrespect to them because it was a good show.
Right.
Yeah.
You did the freestyle to Pooh Shiesty's song FDO.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the bass. He's kind of in a situation right now. Like you did it independently.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just say, for the sake of argument, had you not done it independently and you went with a record label, so what's I think the better way of asking it, what is some of the way an artist can get out of a contract that he or she is signed with a record label or is that even possible?
It depends on what was.
I mean, you can't do the 5 heartbeats and like Big Red try to strong arm Red, because Red gonna hang you out the window.
That's what I'm saying. Depends on what was in the contract. I mean, I can't really speak for everybody. I was just blessed to have that mentality, and my mom raised me right to understand, a lot of situations, not every situation is a good situation.
Right.
But I always had that intuition, you know what I mean? So I can't really speak for other people's situation, because you just never know how they was, could have been, manipulated, anything. You just don't know.
I think the thing, Terry Crews gave me some great advice. I had Terry Crews on here. He said, Shannon, you can't nod yes and mean no. And we see that a lot of times. Yeah.
Right.
In actuality, you want to say no, but it's so enticing because normally rappers, you come from a situation where you don't have a whole lot of money. If somebody gonna give you $250,000, $500,000, $1 million,
yeah,
I know this ain't a good contract, but that money is so enticing. I can do so much for my family. I can, and it's just hard. And so, in other words, you're saying no, yes, but you really want to say no, and but you don't.
Right.
And once you put your name on the line, it's a fame. What have you learned about fame?
It's almost uncontrollable. That's what I learned. Can't control fame. Once you're famous forever.
Right.
That's it. That's all I learned. It's uncontrollable. You gotta adapt to fame.
Do you like it?
I wouldn't call it a like or don't like situation. Right. I tolerate it.
Right.
But I try to keep my peace and keep my fame at a level for myself. Like, because I don't have to be everywhere.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, if I decide to say I don't want to go out to this club today,
right,
I don't have to.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't need myself to be seen all the time.
Right.
So it's it's how you control it.
You see the Ice Spice fighting at McDonald's?
Yeah, I seen that.
Why does somebody walk up on you like that? You gonna squabble?
Yes, man. Come on, man.
So in other words, basically, they knew Ice Spice really didn't want to bang, didn't want to bump like that. But ain't nobody ain't no woman. I don't think a female. Excuse me, let me take that back. I don't think a young woman or a woman is going to walk up on you like they did Ice Spice.
I mean, I don't see the girl who did it. I don't know. Wasn't she young?
That's what I said. A young woman, or
I think she was young. I think when you're young, I think she was like a teenager, real young, and it's kids, man. They ain't no telling. I don't think she was thinking like Ice Spice ain't about that life. I think it was just more so kid, and you see a celebrity and kind of want that attention.
Yeah. But see, they say, oh man, that's Young M.A. They want that attention. You gonna give it to them, but that ain't the kind of attention they want, though.
I mean, I
mean, come on, look at Ice Spice, man. You ain't think I see Ice Spice. I mean, I probably wouldn't. I mean, if I saw on television, sometimes you see people like, damn, is that? And then, George's like, you know who that is, boss. I'm like, oh, okay. Because, but if I saw her, I'm not thinking like, oh, she bought that, let me start something. Or I see somebody and trying to, that ain't, when did that happen?
Yeah.
Internet is robbed, is creating some monsters.
Exactly.
Because everybody wants their 15
That's why
minutes.
you gotta be cautious about where you bring your presence. I was gonna say, you can't just be anywhere.
Man, she just tried, it was the time that McDonald's shake machine was working. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get me a shake.
Right.
She just said
wanted to be regular for a second.
And they say, you know what? Oh, you ain't regular. You not approachable. She's sitting down at McDonald's. How much more normal can she be than that?
Right.
And then in a situation like this, something pop off like that.
Right.
And so they wonder why a lot of time celebs and entertainers don't make themselves accessible.
Right.
Because everybody's not happy for your success. Everybody's not happy that you're in the position that you're in, or they feel like you owe them something.
Right.
I bought your record. I watched your movies.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. How you doing, young man? How you doing, ma'am? But they wanted to go further than that.
Right.
Well, I want to have a conversation, bro. I'm just trying
eating.
I'm eating.
Trying to eat.
We know the phone, when you used to have dinner when you would lunch or dinner when you was growing up, and the phone rang, man, who calling me at this time? Like, they don't know you eating, but they just, you get upset when somebody would call and you're having lunch or dinner. So just imagine they see you eating and still try to come up with a conversation or try to shake your hand. And so I might be eating. And so, instead of shaking somebody's hand, because I don't want to go to the bathroom and wash my hands again, I fist bump. Oh, you don't shake hands?
Yeah.
No, I mean.
It turned into something like that, yeah.
So what you want to do, shake your hand?
I do that a lot, though. I do definitely the
fist bump.
Just because of the germs and the energy, people energy, too. You just never know what people carrying.
Okay.
So, that type of connection could, fall onto you. So I think about that, too. I mean, so I just be like this, love. That's it.
Pop Smoke is from Brooklyn, like you, and tragically lost his life in a robbery attempt. Where were you when you got the news that Pop had died, and how did you make that feel? No, you're a rapper, and this could happen. Things like this, unfortunately, it happened.
Yeah, at the time I was driving with one of my bros, and we had seen it on the Shade Room.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was like shock. Like, it was like, nah, what? But we like, it's on the Shade Room, so it's real.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was, I don't know, I ain't understand it. It didn't make sense.
You ever meet Pop?
Yeah. We got a picture of us together. Yeah.
You don't get worried about wearing your trophy?
I wouldn't say worried. I just keep myself on guard when I do. Yeah, I'm aware when I do wear it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Who's your favorite New York rapper? Give me your top 5 New York rappers.
Besides me.
All right, y'all. We're going to pause it right there and take a quick little break. We'll do a little bit of commentary, and then we'll take a song break, and after that, we'll come back and finish it off. We had the tail end here. But, y'all, I was sitting back here laughing half the time because Shannon Sharpe be cracking me up. Like, he's such a great interviewer and conversationalist, and he really has mastered, like, the art of conversation. And he's very, like, into his guests. He's into the person that he's having the interview or the conversation with. And he just gets so animated sometimes. So that be cracking me up. But aside from that, a lot of the things that they talk about within this segment, it's just like, it couldn't be further from true. What do you think about any of this, Imani, with this segment? Like, what are some of your thoughts and feelings of some of the things you heard?
Well, there was the Pornhub directing adult content and launching that product line. I did hear it before, but I was a little taken aback. I was like, wow, this interview has got a lot packed in.
I was like, girl, I didn't know that. I didn't know that part. But hey, it's cool.
No, I didn't know that part. But no, it was really good. There was a bit of talk about celebrity safety and public encounters, and obviously the Ice Spice situation. It must be quite hard to gauge whether you should, allow people, to get up close and personal. I mean, even with that Chris Brown situation in the club in London, that was created by kind of a similar situation of someone wanting to interact with his table. And I know this because I know someone who was working at the club on the day it happened.
Good information. I was wondering about that with that situation with him and you.
No, they were a table that were quite, let's say they were quite drunk, and they kept barging onto the table, allegedly. They kept, then when they moved to the VIP room, the people in the main club area should have known they were already being bothered by these people at this table. And what that club does, that club places you, the more money you spend, the closer you're going to get to the VIP, the VIP who's there's table. So they put them, after they'd already had an interaction, they put them next to the table. and they kept coming over and they kept barging in and they kept and it's an area where you're not allowed to take photos or video people, and they were videoing them. And I got this from the person who was working there, that it kicked the person who gave them their table should have known that there was already a problem. But like, any other business, these guys had spent a lot of money, so they didn't think it was a problem sticking them next to Chris Brown's table. And the other stuff, obviously, I can't say how it started, but I do know they kept, kind of barging in and trying to talk to him and stuff. And then it kicked off from there. But so there is that danger with celebrities, and we've seen this where people have been unalived by fans and crazy stalkers and stuff like that. But I think the thing she says about young people and having dealt with a lot of youth who got themselves into trouble for a simple situation, and I don't know if you heard about what happened with those two influencers the other week in London, where they had a simple argument. It was two girls, I think they're in their 20s, and one of them rammed her car into the other, allegedly. And the person she rammed her car into, she not only injured an innocent bystander, but she the girl passed away from her injuries. So now she's on an M charge for a simple, small argument that happened. And I believe someone did say to me, I don't know if this is true, but allegedly it was over a man. I mean, hell no, am I going to prison for the sake of arguing with another woman over a man? But yeah, and then obviously she talks about the death of Pop Smoke. And, there's a lot of vulnerability. And sometimes you can see why when celebrities do get a little bit upset, they don't want photos taken, or they're out with their family and they say no, people get upset because they think they have a right to them because they are a public person. And that's not exactly the truth. You don't.
Right.
You don't.
It's
And
entitlement. Like, people have a real sense of entitlement. It's like you're not entitled to anybody or anything, really. Especially like this is a human being who has a life. Yes, they have a career or a skill set that you buy into, you gravitate to, you enjoy. They entertain you. You know what I'm saying? But outside of that, when they're not doing that, they're a human just like everybody else. They got a family. They may have kids. They may have a boyfriend, a girlfriend, whatever. They out getting something to eat. Like, give people their privacy and their space. Be respectful. And a lot of time people, they don't do that. You know what I mean? So yeah, that makes a lot of sense what she's saying. She seemed like she's learned how to navigate this, really well, how she move and carry herself. And I don't want to say like specifically, but sometimes it's like based off of like where you've grown up, like in what area that you've grown up in and how you had to move and navigate previously. It kind of helps you probably better deal with those things, right? Because a lot of people, you think about it, like, say you're in a city or something like that, you could literally be like the celebrity of your city before you hit it big or you get an opportunity or anything like that. And now you're mainstream, right? Like, everybody knows you, you're considered a celebrity to the world. In your city, you could be a celebrity in your city. Like, everybody know you the cool one. They all want to gravitate around you. And so you have to learn how to navigate through that, even in that circumstance, right? Just being in your city, in your hood, your block, whatever. And I think a lot of times, and this could be towns and things and stuff like that as well. I'm not trying to say it's just a city thing. It's just in your proximity, wherever it is you are, whatever swag or juice you got, you may have that level of like energy coming towards you. Like, think about even when you in school, when they got like high school, middle school and stuff like that, you got the jocks, you know what I'm saying? You got the quarterback of the football team, the cheerleaders and all of the popular kids in school. You learn how to kind of navigate through that because like a lot of people are like gravitated towards you or they see you as like a celebrity, like at some type of higher level than them. And so you learn how to do that very early on. And I think when it comes to Young M.A, I think she already has those tools in her toolbox. So once she just transferred that to being like an artist and being in the industry, I feel like she just kind of applied the same concept, and it works a little bit better. But some people who may not know how to do that, or, you know what I'm saying, may not have to feel like they had to do that and practice that as often, they may not be ready or know how to navigate through it, you know, in a way where it's like you're not being disrespectful to the ones that you know is like people that's, you know, putting you on, paying you, your fans and stuff, really helping you have this career that you have. You're not being disrespectful for them, but you got to move a certain type of way. Some people can move a certain type of way and some people can't. But yeah, go ahead, Imani.
No, I was going to say sometimes they pick the wrong celebrity to try that ish on, and they get what they put it with what they're trying to give. Because I think sometimes people have this, like you said, this misconception of who these celebrities were before they were a celebrity. And especially, you know, a lot of people have grown up tough and had, you know, to throw hands every now and again. And that is their go-to sometimes. Sometimes they just go back to when they were young and they were fighting on the streets or whatever. And I'm not saying all of them, but sometimes they do pick the wrong person because, you know, they underestimate who these people are. They think because they got money that they're some kind of, you know, moisty. So, you know, they just underestimate what that person will do. And I think that's what happens sometimes. But sometimes some people are always ready for a fight. You know, like I said, you know, Chris Brown is not going to let you get away with ish. He's just going to go to who he is. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. One of the things when I was younger, because you know I had me a little crush on Chris Brown back in the day, child. I think everybody did. But one of the things was like he's born in the same month as me, so he's a Taurus. So I already know that he's a Taurus like me. And so I was just like, I've already seen that about Chris Brown. Like he do not play, and he's a good looking guy. He's attractive. You know what I mean? They would call him the pretty boy or whatnot. And he's an R&B singer. You know, well he started out doing the R&B. He can do a little bit of everything, but he do mostly the R&B. And they sleep on people like that a lot of the time because they like, oh, you just a little light, a little pretty, little soft, little R&B singing to the women type dude. And then they try you and then you find out. And so Chris has always been kind of like that. I've always seen that like with him, like through his trajectory of his career. And then, you know, sometimes whatever things can, you know, amplify that. And then people start to not, you know, whatever. I don't like how they do Chris. That's just a little sidebar. I feel like they really are like blackballing him, and I don't think it's fair, you know. And I'm not saying he whatever transgressions that he's done and the things that he's done that he should not, you know, be held accountable for. I'm not saying that, but I mean, look at some of these creeps that are still free and just, you know, living their best life, and they've done 10 times worse. So the fact that they, you know, kind of suppress Chris Brown these days, I don't like that. And I think that all comes from the fact that they know that like he's the GOAT. Like they let Chris off the leash. Chris is blowing everybody out the water. That's my personal opinion. I feel like Chris Brown is like the modern day Michael Jackson. It's always been my perception. And it's not because, you know, oh, I'm just a fan girl. No, it's because I see the level of talent that Chris Brown has, and his talent and his like tenacity and his hyper focus is like, it really seems to me to match a lot of the same that Michael Jackson had. And as far as like the skill and all of that, Chris is really talented. And it's unfortunate that, you know, you make a few bad decisions and that can mess things up for you for the rest of your life. Remember, we listened to our live yesterday when we were watching the interview on Art of Dialogue with Omar Gooding, and he was talking about his brother, Cuban. And this is one of the things as well, like you piss off the wrong people or you get the wrong people upset with you, then, you know, you can be targeted, and, you know, they can take you down, they can destroy you, they can suppress you, all of those things. So I know that that's the thing. I think that's probably some of the part of what's going on with Chris. It's not to say let him off the hook for things that he's done. I think he has done, you know what I'm saying, what he needs to do to get through those things. And taking accountability, shows remorse, all of that. But it's like they still won't let him fly. And I think there's a reason for that. But anyway, that's a Chris Brown conversation for a whole nother live, girl. Let's take this quick song break.
Sure is. It's a whole nother conversation. Because I do have a family member who has met him and actually socialized with him and said he is really, really down to earth. He was just like, he weren't like, I'm Chris Brown. He was just a normal young man enjoying it. When he met him, he said when he was chilled and relaxed, it was just like I was with one of my bros, he said.
Yeah, like Chris is cool. I met Chris Brown one time, but it wasn't like that, like you think. I was 16. He was 16 because we're the same age. Like, because his birthday is, I think, like my birthday is May 7th. I think his birthday is like May something. I can't remember. I think maybe the 21st or something like that. So our birthdays are in the same month. I always used to be like, child, reading about that in Word Up magazine and all the stuff. But anyway, when the only time that I've left the country is when I went to Jamaica with my auntie. And my auntie had took us all there, you know, whatnot. And we was in the airport. And he was going to Montego Bay, right, for a performance or something like that. And so you got to go through the same airport. So we was there at the airport and we seen him coming through or whatnot. And of course, you know, he was with security and all the things like that. But he was mad cool. He's a teenager. So I was like, oh, yo, it's Chris. And so me and my cousin, we ran over there and whatnot. Not like up on him like a crazy weird stalker, because we already knew, like, you know, that stuff is like, you know, they get spooked and stuff sometimes and they got security. But he didn't have no problem. He came away from security and came over there to say hey to us and hi and stuff like that. And we had a little quick chit chat. And then him and security, they walked on and they got on their flight because we were sitting there. We had to wait because our flight was delayed. But he's cool. Like, that's 16 years old. He was down to earth and stuff. But people who talk about him, they like, yo, he's really like that though. Like, he really chill. And I know because he had that Taurus energy, he's really chill. He probably don't pop off and go off until like he keep getting poked and poked and poked and poked and poked. That's usually how it is. Like, you let a lot of things slide and ignore a lot of things. And then once you didn't had enough, then you just like explode. So anyway, but like I said, I do not take away from, you know, the bad decisions and stuff that he's made and harm that he may cause to people. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, you know, I think sometimes they're harder on some more than others. But let's take a song break, y'all. We'll be right back. And then after that, we'll finish up this Young M.A interview. And we got to move forward because we got to get into our next one and see some of these reactions about Jay-Z's epic freestyle. So we'll get into it in just a minute, y'all. We'll be right back.
Chasing the check, but the weight of the world is the chain on my neck. Look, check the clock, check the pace, check the greed. Everybody sprinting just to get what they need. They don't care about the person, they don't care about the heart. Just a number on a ledger trying to tear the soul apart. Getting paid by the hour, yeah, they stacking up the stress. Why the people at the bottom try to clean up the mess? It's a cycle, it's a system, it's a cold-blooded race. They look you in the eye while they try to take your space. For the love of the money, we're working through the dead of night. For the love of money, trading our time for a flicker of light. For the love of money, they'll sell the truth just to get the pay. Doesn't matter who you are. Everybody's acting for the digital stage, selling out the spirit for a click on a page. Clickbait the drama, honestly's the fake. How much of your integrity are you willing to stake? They're getting paid to hollow out everything we seek. The bank account is heavy, but the character is weak. Check the status symbol, check the bottom line. The pressure of the climb's gonna drive us out our mind. Chasing down a bonus, is it worth the cost of time? Got to have it, I'd rather have the truth. Stop trading all our wisdom and the fire of our youth. Don't let the bottom line change you. Don't be a ghost for a paycheck. Stay real for the people. For the love of money.
All right, y'all. Thanks for rocking with that little quick song break right there. Let's go ahead and get back into the conversation in the interview. So let's play a little bit more, y'all. We'll finish it out all the way to the end this time, and then after that, we will do our commentary. We don't got too much longer, just about 12 minutes. All right, y'all. Let's get into it. Meet y'all in the chat.
Top 5.
Yeah. They can be past the present, so you don't have to keep it to and today.
Yeah, it's no order.
You know, okay.
I'll just give you top 5, no order. Jay-Z,
Okay.
Biggie,
Yep.
50 Cent,
Yep.
female wise, Foxy Brown,
Okay.
and there's somebody else I can't even register.
Kim.
Like Dipset.
Lil Kim. You got.
I love Little Kim. Like my top 5,
Yeah.
like people that I really listen to.
Nas.
Yeah, like I listen to Nas, but like my favorites.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, those are my favorites.
Okay.
The top 4.
What does New York need to do to get the crown back? Number 1 rap city, because you know we got that on lock now. Y'all can't fuck with us.
Who?
Y'all can't mess with us.
Who?
New York.
Can't fuck with who?
And ATL.
Atlanta?
Yeah, right now.
I love Atlanta.
Yeah, right now we got that.
I love Atlanta.
Future, Thug, Gunna,
I love
Savage,
I love Atlanta.
Baby. Y'all ain't seeing us.
I love Atlanta.
Y'all ain't seeing us. Not right now.
I love Atlanta.
Not right now. I mean, what y'all might get it back, but what y'all need to do to get it back?
Listen, one thing about New York, we don't need to get nothing back.
Yeah,
We started it.
You did. It's ours now.
Hey.
We got a crown.
But we gonna forever be that.
No. Y'all started.
We gonna forever be that. Gangster.
But I'm just saying, y'all had the crown. We came and took it. We got nothing above y'all.
I don't think you could take New York crown.
We got it.
Everybody elevates from the New York soil.
I appreciate you elevating us.
We the soil.
But we grew strong. We grew tall.
We the soil.
Yeah.
Anybody else is just planting a plant.
Mm-mm.
Y'all plant is huge right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
I appreciate it.
And I love Atlanta. Atlanta lit. I love Atlanta.
Yeah. See?
Yes. That's it though.
You Atlanta now. You can claim New York, but you know where your roots are now. You pull your tree up and left and plant it right there.
Nah, I love Atlanta.
What is your favorite New York slang?
Son. Like that son is like classic.
Dead ass sturdy.
Son. That's all in between. That's all kind of like, you know, but son.
Yeah.
Son is like, yo, son. I mean, that's son. That's my son. Son is forever. That don't never go out of style. You know what I mean? Like son is forever. It never got, you know what I mean? Like outdated.
Is there ever a situation where, you know, you don't talk in slang? You like, hey, how you doing?
Yeah. All the time. Definitely when them people calling me.
You put on your best behavior there. You're like, hey, how you doing?
Yes. Very educated. You know what I mean?
Oh, you give your government then.
Yeah. No, definitely when I'm conducting business and all that. Like, yeah absolutely. Yeah. I've never been like a extra slangy type talking person.
Right.
Like I still was always conducted with how I speak. Yeah.
What's some the best lyric you've written?
Song?
Yeah. That you like. I'm in my bag with this one.
That's a tough question. I'm not even gonna hold you. Cause most of the time I am in that mindset. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What I would say is like Eat was one of those records where I really felt the wrath of fame.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my way of responding to all the controversy and the stuff that was being put on my name.
Mm-hmm.
And that song was what really, you know what I mean, woke me up to understanding like, okay, you know what I mean? Like this is what we dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is there anybody that you like to work with?
Jay-Z.
Okay.
Of course, the GOAT.
Yeah.
I don't always just want to work with people, but yeah, Jay-Z. And it's people that's not here no longer that I wish I was able to work with, like Whitney Houston.
Okay.
And Aaliyah.
Right.
Those is my two favorite R&B artists.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you worked with Eminem, you worked with Alicia Keys, you worked with Thug. So what was it like working with those individuals?
Well, Alicia Keys, that was kind of different for me because we did a live show together.
Yeah.
And a short amount of time, I had to memorize it live, no vocals in the background. And when I met Alicia Keys, she felt like a big sister.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And she just, took me immediately. So that was her vibe was off rip, positive.
Right.
And you know what I mean? So and then who else you said? Oh, Eminem. Eminem, man. Shout out to M, man. He has a very selective way of how you do a song with him.
Right.
Like he's real how you say this? Real private and precise with his music.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't just like send a song, record it, and no, we had to listen, like his peoples had to come with the laptop and play the song like that. Like you couldn't have access
to the song. Cause he's trying to avoid leaks.
Yeah.
He don't want that thing to get out.
But I didn't even know Eminem was like a fan of mine.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And that alone is like surreal to me. Cause you grow up listening to Eminem, seeing Eminem, and it's like, me? Like, you know what I mean? So, and this is a GOAT we talking about.
Absolutely.
Top dog, you know what I mean? So, yeah, shout out to M, man.
You went on tour with Savage, right?
Yeah, my first tour.
How was that? How's touring with Savage?
It was lit. I ain't really bump into him too much. More so my bros ran into his bros more on the tour.
Right.
I'd be kind of more secluded.
Right.
No, it was cool. It was normal. T Grizzly was on the tour too. Everybody was cool. No issues, nothing. Everybody was a vibe.
You mentioned the M. You got M as one of the GOATs.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of your GOATs?
Yeah.
Along with Hove?
Yeah. Yeah, Eminem is up there with him. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Eminem.
M.
Yeah, it's definitely the old M. The Slim Shady. It's a problem.
Lizzo said the algorithm is destroying the music industry.
Facts.
Do you agree?
Facts. I just posted that in my close friends, literally like 2 days ago. That is absolutely right. I say it all the time.
They're not trying to make great music. They're trying to get into the algorithm, or what's going on? Explain it to me.
When artists like me, like I have a strong fan base.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So the engagements aren't as rapid as it used to be right then and there.
Right.
It's kind of taken a little more of a push to constantly display something you posted or something you're promoting. And yeah, it's like you almost got to put extra effort in now. Then your followers is not seeing.
Oh yeah, okay. See,
exactly. You know what I mean?
Because they keep changing the algorithm, and so where it used to be,
your homepage changes every time you refresh.
Yeah.
And then majority of the homepage isn't even people you follow.
Right.
So yeah, absolutely.
You know that 24 was dominated by diss. Would you diss someone if somebody came at you?
Who was dominated by this?
You look at what Kendrick and Drake had the thing, and Drake just dropped 3 albums. Kendrick won 1,000 Grammys for his album, and Not Like Us had the summer on lock for like 2 years. Would you diss someone?
Nah, I wouldn't diss nobody. I will respond.
Yeah.
But no, I don't have no reason to diss somebody. I got too much to do with Young M.A right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got an album coming out. What can people expect from this album?
Man, This album, I would say is definitely one of those ones where I pull you into my world for a second. It's fun, and then it's dark. You know, you kind of you get a view of my life.
You let everybody experience the good, the bad, the dark. And so this is basically, I'm going to pull the curtain back and I'm going to allow you to look at me.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. We're going to have fun, but we also we're going to get a little emotional.
Yeah. You're going to learn a lot about me.
Yeah. And then also, I would say my mental level as far as like, you know, me getting older.
Yes.
You know, because the more I got older, the more my supporters got older.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So my circumstances and situations aren't the same.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
So I can't rap about the same thing.
Exactly. So you're definitely gonna get that as well. I'm talking, you know, big talk, business and stuff like that.
I noticed you got a lot of tattoos. I see you got Brooklyn, and you got an eagle, and you got a butterfly. You got the New York logo to you. So that's your logo. That's your theme. Let me ask you this: does every tattoo?
It's not even New York though. This is YMA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's my initials.
Oh, see,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Damn. Okay, that's
what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, now I see the A.
You think I'm running around repping New York Yankees?
Yeah. I'm thinking.
Nah, it's definitely in reference because that's where I'm from.
Right.
But yeah, I got my other chain too, but it's in the jewelry shop. I had to make the bell thinner. Yeah. But I got one that's like the New York token. That's my original logo. That was my first ever logo, still to now. But yeah.
Does every tattoo you have a meaning?
Yeah. Yeah. Every single one.
You got a back tattoo. You got a sleeve.
Yeah, both my arms.
Both sleeves.
Yeah. Yeah. This is my brother's side.
Yeah.
And this is just like involving me in music.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And you got a back tattoo.
Yeah, I got a back like up here and then like on right here.
So let me ask you a question, because you see the thing now with the tattoos, guys are going and men and women are going on that local anesthesia and getting what would take.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
Is that how you do it? Because I talk to people and say, nah, you take the whole process away. The process, you supposed to feel that pain. It's supposed to take time.
Nah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. I've gotten tattoos since I was like 17.
That was your first tattoo. You're about 17.
Yeah, I was 17 when I got my first.
How many tattoos you think you have
now?
Yeah. 100?
I don't know. I can't even count because it's like big and
blended together.
Yeah, they're blended together. Yeah. But I knew from young I was gonna be tatted though. That was something I always At first I was gonna start off with just one sleeve. Yeah. And then it don't never work like that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
They say it's addictive.
It is. I need more though. I feel like I've been lacking.
You gonna come up your thigh?
A little bit. I think I'm gonna come
right to your knee.
Yeah. Just for the shorts, you know what I mean? Thigh is that's too much.
Yeah.
Too much, yeah.
So what is, these?
This one, is this one, this the praying hands.
The praying hands.
Yeah, this is praying hands, and this is broken heart. I had this one first. This one is for my brother. You know, when he died, my heart was broke.
Yeah.
The praying hands was after I came out the hospital.
Yes.
It's like, I healed, you know what I mean?
Right.
God. So,
and this one is?
This one, I think this the Queen one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Queen. And then this is 444. That's one of my angel numbers.
Oh.
And I also got 555 on me. Yeah, I just need 333 now.
What does 333 signify?
It's almost in the same meaning as the rest of them, but just a little different.
Okay.
A little different.
The Queen, what is it? How you pronounce it? Queen Foundation?
Queen's Foundation. Yeah.
What is that?
Just something that I started for just mothers that lost a child, siblings that lost, kids, young men or young women that lost a sibling. And just people that, just in an unfortunate situation, just something to give back to. I always wanted to do a foundation. And yeah.
Why was that important to you?
Because I lost my brother. And also I grew up with my mom holding things down on her own. So it was just a representation of just my life experience in itself.
You ever think about if your brother was here today, how proud he would be of you, knowing that what you've become?
Absolutely. I would hope. But yeah, man. I wouldn't even know how my life would be if he was still here.
Right.
Honestly. Yeah.
Do you think that it forced you to focus? Because sometimes and unfortunately it takes a tragic event for us to lock in.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, I don't know. I don't know if my life would have been different. It'd have been worse. It'd have been X, Y, and Z. All I know is I don't have my brother. I miss my brother because we were extremely close. And did it force you to lock in? Did it force you to focus? Like, okay, I got to make this thing happen.
Yeah, it actually forced me to really get into a responsibility mode for my mom and my little sister, because it really
forced you to
my
become
mom
a
up. It really fucked her up. You know what I mean? It really stopped her from working.
Damn.
She didn't, she couldn't.
Yeah.
To this day, my mom don't work. Of course, I take care of her.
Right.
She got her own house and stuff like that. So my mom is good.
Right.
Will forever be good.
Yeah.
But that definitely put me in that chair to be able to lead the way.
Yeah.
And make sure that we taken care of.
Did it make you grow up faster than probably you would have normally?
Exactly. Because of course I've been wanting to do music.
Yes.
Been wanting music, but it forced me in that, like, oh no, I gotta do this.
Right. Yeah. Man, thank you so much for coming on. Make sure you guys go check out Queen. Is dropping on May 29th.
Yes,
thank
sir.
You.
Appreciate you, both.
Young M.A. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle back.
All right, y'all. So we made it to the end. I really wanted to go ahead and play the rest of the outro music because I love that song. All my life, grinding all my life. Yeah, but I don't want to play it because you can't be sure. But anyway, excellent conversation, and we made it through it from beginning to end. Love Young M.A. Love what she was saying. Like so many things. Like just a power-packed interview, a conversation that she had with Shannon Sharpe. And I think it was so many things we could say from that. But as y'all can see in the comments or whatnot, you see us dropping some helplines and resources, information, and stuff like that, because so much was talked about that can be triggering. Talking about the loss of a family member at the hands of, like street violence and, things like that. And then also picking up the pieces afterwards, like the ones that are left behind after losing a child or a family member or a brother or a sister, something like that, that you can be affected heavily by that as well. And, maybe you need a little bit of extra help or whatnot to help you navigate through that situation. So there is help and there are resources out there. So we have dropped some of those helplines in the chat. If you're struggling, with something as far as, whatever, substance abuse, alcohol, whatever, there's help for that as well. She was very vivid and open about that. And some of the other segments of their interview that we covered in previous lives is when we heard a bit more about that navigation through her life and her struggle with that she overcome and is doing very well now. So, you can always come out on the other side. There's so many great things, just really jam-packed with great conversation. Imani, I'm gonna let you go ahead and take the floor. What did you think? I know you're posting some of the helplines as well, but overall for this end of the segment, what did you think about that?
No, as I said before, I thought it was a great interview. Talking about, her favorite rappers, which, I'm old school, so I would say, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with her on the 5 people she mentioned and 2 ladies, Jay-Z, Notorious B.I.G., 50, and Foxy Brown and Lil Kim. And I agree that New York is the roots. I don't care. I'm sorry. Anybody from ATL, everybody else grows from the roots, and they are the roots. And obviously, I do like West Coast as well. You got Dre, you got Cube, you got Pac, you got who have I forgotten? Snoop. Yeah, I'm really an old school person, so I agree wholeheartedly with her. And the other thing she talked about was the algorithm that it's hurting artists. They're chasing algorithms instead of making great music. And I forgot Kendrick as well. And you know, talked about this record contracts and how artists can be manipulated by money and fame instead of thinking about the long-term ownership. And this is where they get caught up with the quicker fix rather than the long-term issue. And they don't realize there are some hidden costs in that quick fix that they give you when they say you're going to get X amount of money. They're not taking into the account the cost that the record label may put in, which reduces some of that money to next to nothing sometimes for some artists. The industry, is not kind to artists, but she has done well for being independent from the jump. And what else did she say? She talked about a new album that it's got its personal stuff, and it talks about the light and dark parts of her life. Discussed her tattoos and the meanings, and the fact that they set up this foundation in honor of her brother who passed away. And it really was a great interview. And I think the pain that she suffered became her purpose and her motivation. She really was, like I said, I could watch this interview again, even though I've seen it. It's one of those interviews where there's so much packed into it about different things. And I think that she talks about protecting her peace, not letting the internet define her, taking care of her family. And she works very hard at everything she does. And that was one of the main takeaways I got, that she keeps her spirit protective and she keeps her head on a swivel. But it was a great interview. I just got to say, a great interview.
I thought so too. Excellent interview. I love everything, like the entire part of it. Like you said, I could watch it all over again. And shout out, because she said that also one of her favorite artists, which is one of my favorite artists that I love dearly and I wish I could have met, is Aaliyah. A lot of people know that. But yeah. Shout out to music, yo. Shout out to hip hop. Shout out to artists that are, down to earth and just, have conversations, and sometimes they come to give you a little bit of wisdom and some knowledge. Because a lot of time when people first get into the industry and stuff, they don't know what's going on. They don't know how it works and how it operates. But you have people that want to be very open and honest about that and, give you the game. And so I think that's dope. I love someone who can be transparent, open, honest, and 100% themselves. And so that's literally the energy that she gives off. And that's why I love her forever. She's dope. So if y'all have not checked out or listened to her new album, y'all, please go and check it out. It's called Queens, KWEENS. And that is her third album of her career. It's really dope. I listened to the whole album last night. It's some of the songs a little rough, a little graphic. I don't know what your music taste is. I love rap. I love, hip hop and stuff. So it's cool for me. But like she said, as far as explaining her album, it was, a double entendre. She's giving you like some of her darkest moments, but she's also showing you when she came out of those dark moments and the light shined again. So it's like a transition. It's a story. It's a diary. I love it. She does it at Young M.A style all the way down. So y'all check it out. It's really good. And shout out to Young M.A. I'm so glad she's doing well. She made it through some of the struggle she was going through. It came out on the other side. Anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. So it's a motivational and it's inspirational. We're going to go ahead and take a quick song break. After the song break, we'll be back, y'all, because we got to get into this Jay-Z. Now, we have a lot of different people in a lot of different places and spaces that had their different thoughts and feelings and opinions about Jay-Z's freestyle that he did. And so we're going to play that video next. And then, of course, we'll hear a little bit from Jaguar, because she got an honorable mention, if that's what you want to call it. And then, of course, we'll tap into Big Latto, and see what she has to say as well. So we'll be right back, y'all. Let me go ahead and get us a bop going.
Heard the kitchen's getting hot. Thought you had the recipe, huh? Let's see what's on the menu tonight. It's you. Built a castle out of clicks, a palace out of lies. Sold them on a fantasy behind your curated eyes. Ring like Halo couldn't hide the darkness in your soul. Played the victim for the views, yeah, you really played the role. Post-perfection, filtered life, a manufactured dream. While behind the screen you ran a whole corrupted scheme. DMs full of poison promises you never keep. All your dirty little secrets were buried 6 feet deep. Now the internet's forever, every single keystroke saved. In the bridges that you burned, all the roads of justice paved. You were smiling for the camera, cashing every check. Never thought you'd have to pay the piper with your neck. Yeah, you're cool. Looking shook, it's all over now. Karma's the chef and bitch, she's serving up the child. Your views are falling, sponsors calling, pulling up a break. Your whole career is just a sad forgotten hashtag. Yeah, you're cooked, well and done, served up on a plate. You can't delete the truth, can't apologize to fate. Cause karma is a bitch with a 5-star review. And tonight the main course on the menu, girl, is you. Remember all the little people that you stepped on climbing up. Every back you stabbed a drink from that polluted cup. Well, they all got together, started talking, spilling tea. And the receipts are longer than a damn CVS flea. The teary-eyed apology, girl, we ain't buying it. Your PR team is scrambling, but there's no denying it. The screenshots tell the story that your caption tried to hide. There's nowhere left to run when the truth is on the side of every single person that you scanned and that you played. Your loyal followers are gone, your perfect word decayed. From a throne made out of hashtags to a memory that's tragic. Your 15 minutes faded, it wasn't ever magic. Yeah, you're cook. Looking shook, it's all over now. Karma's the chef and bitch, she's serving up the chow. Your views are falling, sponsors calling, pulling up a bread. Your whole career is just a sad forgotten hashtag. Yeah, you're cook. Well and done, served up on the plate. You can't delete the truth, can't apologize to fate. Cause karma is a bitch with a 5-star review. And tonight the main course on her menu, girl, is you. See the thing about a pedestal, it gets a little high. Makes the fall that much harder when you plummet from the sky. You flew too close to the sun on wings of fraud and greed. And now you're crashing down to earth, planting a bad seed. You played a dirty game, cause you never get the blame. Karma's got a long memory, she knows your full name. It's over. The timer went off. You set the heat to now you burn. Karma's a bitch. Bon appetit.
All right, y'all. So thanks for rocking with us with that little song break right there. We're about to go ahead and get into some audio, y'all. So yes, we will be listening this time. But let's hear some of the feedback that came from this epic Jay-Z freestyle. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody has their thoughts and feelings and opinions about it. So let's listen to a little bit of it. And shout out to King Green. King Green YouTube channel. If y'all have not checked it out, please go over there and check out that channel. Really dope, really great content over there as well. That is who we'll be listening to. And so, yeah, let's see what some people had to say about Jay-Z.
Jay-Z to go. Jay to go. Jay-Z to go. Jay-Z to go. It's the King Green Show. Y'all don't understand what's happening, so I'm here for you. I'm here for you because this right here, this changed my whole weekend. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in a different place. Jay to go, Jay-Z to go. I'm a different person. I gotta revamp my MySpace page. I gotta change things. You know what I'm saying? The OGs is back out. This Jay-Z verse, like everyone's talking about it, and they're talking about the subs. They're talking about the context, like who he dissing and all that. And that matters because it provides context. But I want to talk about the bars. I want to talk about the MCing. This is the difference between Drake subs and Jay-Z subs. I'm gonna put my glasses on because Professor Green's in the building. I gotta put my glasses on. Let's go straight to watching this, all right?
Hattie's turning 100. If she would have transitioned before I cleared my name, I would have hunted them. Every one of them playing these silly games. That 1-800 ambulance chaser would have wished one came. But 911 is a joke. Public enemy #1, I've been ranked. The rock's not crumbling.
Of course, he's talking about Tony Busby, right? We can get that. We can infer that and understand the context for the people that don't know the subs. I want to talk about the bars. Hattie's turning 100. If she would have transitioned before I cleared my name, I would have hunted them. That's a homonym. Jay-Z, the GOAT. I would have hunted them. Every one of them playing these silly games. That one ambulance chaser would have wished one came. But 911 is a joke. Public enemy #1, I've been ranked. Jay-Z, the GOAT. I'm saying one a bunch of times because one is a motif. A motif is a pattern or structure for symbolic meaning in literature or poems or raps, right? So that's what this one is. It's a motif throughout this whole initial scheme and really the whole song. Public enemy #1, I've been ranked. Of course, the 911 is a joke in this town song, Public Enemy #1, but he's also telling you that he's been in the position of being the villain before in real life. Public enemy #1, I've been ranked. It's past tense that he's actually been ranked in that position, has actually been in the villain before, and also saying, look at how they put me into this position. As well as him saying that he wouldn't call 911 to get Tony Busby. He's dissing people, doing subs, and giving you metaphors and motifs in a full scheme. This is ridiculous. Jay-Z, the GOAT.
The rock's not crumbling. The leprechauns have magically run out of pranks. Your son on the federal jail line mumbling something about having too much in his drink. You know how dumb that is?
So right there proves the motif again and the scheme. The rock's not crumbling. We know that's a shot at Tory Lanez' dad saying the rock's gonna crumble, right? The leprechauns have magically run out of pranks. The leprechaun is not only Tory Lanez being short or whatever and him saying that, but he's saying that all the pranksters and all the people who are saying that he's public enemy #1 and trying to do all these games to try to get him tied up, y'all are running out of pranks. It's not working. You're not getting me put in jail. You're not putting dirt in my name. It's not working. I've cleared myself. Right? Then he goes, your son on federal jail line mumbling something about having too much to drink. You know how dumb that is? Rap snitches, telling all their business. Rap snitches, telling all their business. Sit in the court and be their own star witness. So he's basically saying you snitching on yourself. You know how dumb that is?
Another one fumbled his, wonder how I get the blame. Niggas' teeth is tumbling out their mouth and somehow I'm the one who done it. It's a murder mystery game.
So he says that with such inflection because he's letting you know this is the end of the scheme. He's saying that y'all playing a game, a murder mystery game with him being the culprit and y'all picking the most likely person from your perspective, which is the guy on top, the guy you can't reach. Jay is saying that he's been portrayed as society's villain, that he's at the top and everyone sees him as an easy target and being portrayed as this villain. How many times can other people make their own mistakes before I stop being cast as the villain in their story? That's what he's saying in this whole scheme. Let's move on. And that's why he stopped like that.
You had to cash cow and thunk it. What you punked is, I'm the one who struck the pain. That hill you can die on. It's way too much flack that comes.
So right there, it's kind of hard to hear, but I believe that he said you had to cash cow and thunk it. That's clearly the Dame Dash, but also I'm going to say yay going into the next line. But let's talk about how it's for Dame Dash. You had to cash cow and thunk it. That means Jay-Z is the cash cow. So this is already producing money for you. Jay-Z's producing money for Dame Dash, and he completely fumbled that because he was still trying to pump test, meaning that you're trying to produce more money out of something that's already producing. You're trying to squeeze even more profit out of something, and that stresses the whole, that's a stress test, right? Like, it sounds like you're testing for more output. He says that hill you can die on. He's talking to Dame Dash saying, you can die on the hill of the idea that you created me, then that I did you wrong and all those lies that you're saying. Strum the Pain, he's bringing in the allusion to the song Killing Me Softly and Roberta Flack, right? So we know that he's using that allusion and referencing that song. But he's saying that hill you could die on to Dame Dash, but I think he's also referring to the hill that Kanye's standing on his shows with Lauryn Hill, and saying it's way too much flack that comes with those planes. I'm killing them softly. What's understood don't need to be explained. That's a statement saying that I don't need to explain to people who I am and what I've done according to Dame Dash, but also I don't need to explain to people of what I can do to the people that are my ops or have an issue with. The hill is an allusion to Lauryn Hill on the world that Kanye was standing on, right? That was standing beside Kanye, right? That hill you could die on is an allusion to that, as well as saying, like, if that's what you want to stand for to try to get bread and money, you can die on that hill to Kanye. And he's also saying it's way too much flack that comes from those planes, which is 100% saying messing with Rock Nation ain't a good look. We'll have people coming after you. He still owns you suckers. That's got to be towards Ye, Dame, what he owns and part of the ownership that he has in the music. And what's understood does not need to be explained. So it's saying that I ain't got to yell and scream about how I'm going to get you off the board. I'm just going to have it done.
What's understood don't need to be explained. You want it one way, it's the other. I still on you suckers. I'm all of you niggas gang. I ain't much for me, it's know how. Cancel the brunches. I remember the hunger pain. The price of the bricks going up. It's going to cost you a B to even say my name.
That's obviously an entendre for Beyonce and $1 billion, right?
I ain't much for me, it's know how. Cancel the brunches. I remember the hunger pain.
And that refers to the line that Drake flipped about meeting Jay or getting $500,000. So he's completely responding to that there, but he's still talking to Ye at the same time.
Heard of a wonder king? My children and some of them. Have you niggas no shame? Y'all trying to get under skin? I really get under skin as unharmed player.
Still at Ye, right? So you have heard of a wonderkin, and that's obviously a child prodigy. My children is some of them. Have you niggas no shame? Y'all trying to get under skin. I really get under skin as Again, this is at Kanye, but it's also about Drake because he's talking about how niggas is talking tough, right? And Kanye wasn't really talking tough. He was just talking crazy. So when he comes back with the tough talk, he's talking to certain people. And Drake is the one that's trying to position himself as the Jay-Z, like the Don and the guy who gets people killed and all that type of stuff. And Jay-Z's saying, I really get under skin. Ask how I'm playing. I really get under skin. In 1999, Big got stabbed. And Jay-Z right here just said, I really get under skin. He's saying that he's really about this life, plain and simple, whereas these people who are talking are not that. And the person that's talking who is not that can only be Drake, because Kanye's not talking like that. And some other guys, Dame and all that, right? So that's why he's always positioning himself as, this is for all of you niggas. But then if you look at the specifics, you can grab exactly who he's talking while he's making this entire freestyle.
Y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again. Everybody think they're the ones insane. You're no maniac. Watch y'all saniac in my presence, nigga, shrink. I need a new therapist. This shit is not working. I
love that bar just because it's great wordplay. He's like, you think that you're insane, but you're actually a shrink. Like, to play that antithesis with your ability, saying that, oh, you're crazy on the internet saying all these things, but if I came to you in person, you would shrink. And the double meaning of shrink being small and being a therapist. So it's like, you're actually very sane when I get into your space. That's crazy. Like, Jay-Z, like, this is like, he's dissing people with heavy entendres with a full scheme throughout this whole freestyle. And people are only...
All right, y'all. So this video is about 20 minutes. We're already 10 minutes in. So I paused it real quick so we can do a quick commentary. So I'm pretty sure by this time, most of y'all have heard the Jay-Z, freestyle or whatnot. And you have your own thoughts and feelings and opinions about, you know, who he was talking about, what he was saying, what punchlines and things and jabs he was trying to take. And there's a lot of people that are breaking it down. This is King Green. He's breaking it down based off of how he is perceiving, you know, the freestyle to be. And we have said in one of our previous lives, you know, some of the things that we broke down as far as like, you know, what the meaning of those lyrics and those bars meant, or what we thought, you know, he was speaking about. So Imani, I'll let you take the lead on this one because, girl, you know, we like a good freestyle. So on this first part that we've heard so far and how, you know, some of the stuff has been broken down, do you agree with a lot of it that it's like proper as far as like what he was saying and how he meant to deliver it and who he meant to deliver it to? Or do you have any like thoughts or feelings or opinions that may be different based off of how you perceived it? Let me know.
I love this breakdown because this is obviously someone who is a rap connoisseur, and I agree with most, if not, you know, most of what he's saying, if not all. And I love the way he just broke it down bar for bar, because Jay is not playing with these people. He's really, you know, he did say that 2026 is the year that he's not going to hold back. He's not taking it anymore. He's responding, and he's never responded before. He's just kept quiet. They've been running wild with their mouths and saying anything they want to. And I do believe that he's just, this is his shot under the bow for them to just say, listen, stop playing with my name. You're talking a lot, all of you are talking a lot. You take no responsibility for the things that happen to you. You just want to blame me for everything. And they thought that he was down and out. And, you know, I do agree with King Green's breakdown of it. And please go and subscribe to King Green's channel. He obviously loves, you know, he loves his music and the way that I love the way he approached this whole breakdown. I mean, I have seen a lot, but I did enjoy this one. This was one of my favorite breakdowns. As I said, you know, we all know that the bars, we've heard the bars and we know what the breakdown is. I just love the way he attacked, you know, everything and was explaining to those, if you're not even a rap connoisseur, this is a teaching like video for people to listen and to understand exactly what he's saying. And like I said, I do agree with a lot of what he said. And and he's one of the greatest lyricists. He's up there, one of the top, you know. And like I said, I just loved listening to this. There's not much I can add to this in terms of commentary because King Green has said it all, really. I don't know about you. I don't know what else there is to say.
I mean, basically, and it's just like, you know, like I really am, and I know a lot of people have different genres of music that they're into and they like and stuff, but I really am like, yo, I'm very hip hop, very rap, like street battles, rap battles, underground rap battles, all of that. So, but this is someone, King Green is someone who is actually like, you know, has done work and knows, like, you know, and
he's
can
made music. Sorry, he's made music himself as well.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, like, you know, when you make it and you're in the, you know what I'm saying, you're in the mud with that, you know how it works, you know how it's set up, you know how it's structured, you know, like you hear it a different way. You know, you got like a different headpiece on when you're listening to it. And so the way he's breaking it down, I thought it was excellent because I'm like, yo, my sentiments exactly. Like I literally understood what he was saying. We understood the assignment, Imani. We understood the assignment. But
So, yeah, he's talking about the fact that he's been attacked so many times and he's still standing and, you know, he's still there and he's
right.
saying, you know, keep coming. But this time I'm responding.
Right. And that's one of the things too. It's just like a lot of time when people go ghost and they go silent, they don't say anything. That's one of the times where you probably should be worried, you know, because if people just decide not to say nothing, just let certain things slide, pile up. And then, you know, they review. Once they come back with that hit back and that get back, you know, you might not be able to get back. That's all I'm saying. But, hey, it is what it is. And people, you know, they've been missing Jay-Z as far as him, you know, with his rap and being a lyric expert. So I think this was giving people their whole life. They were waiting to hear more from him on this level. And they also know there's a lot of things that was being said. And then they're like, yo, what's up? What's T? Like, you gonna respond to this or not? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna respond in my way and when I'm ready to. And it's gonna hit hard when I do. And I think he just came through with the fire and the smoke. So I don't know. That's just my personal opinion on it. As far as all the things he was mentioning, the people he was mentioning. And if you can perceive it the right way, then, you know, you'll see what the lyrics really mean as far as what he's spitting, what he's saying. But let's play the second half and then we'll come back for commentary after that and then move on to Jaguar Wright's response because she's so happy now because he said her name. Say my name, she said. Well, he said it, but you know, we'll get into that. Anyway, we'll be right back, y'all. Let's get back into the rest of the video.
Projecting and picking up like who he's talking about. Look how he's talking about it. That's always what I'm about. It's like, look how he's talking about these niggas.
I need a new therapist. This shit is not working. I'm truly on the brink. Y'all better not encourage him. Y'all don't want me to think these thoughts that I think. That nut ass nigga still stuttering. That chatty patty down on his luck again. Quest introducing me to Jaguar. I don't know why I still fuck with him.
That nut ass nigga still stuttering. That's Oskino. The chatty patty down on his luck again. That's Dame. Quest introduced me to Jaguar. I don't even know why I still fuck with him. That's just hilarious.
That lady back on the stuff, she sound like she in love with him. Her kid can't even take their kids. Enough of them.
The opposite of a Ken is a Barbie, so it's clearly about Nicki Minaj. She says the Ken can't pick up the kid. If you know any of the headlines about Nicki Minaj's husband saying that that's just the headlines, that's the gossip part, go check it out. And that's what he's referring to, saying that he can't even pick up the kid from school or anything like that. And he didn't even fully go into that.
A rapper can't be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans. Them shots came from the very top of the government. Good luck with them. I'm governed by God.
That is also an amazing line. Like this right here, like Jay-Z, he's referencing everybody that he was talking before as well as Nicki Minaj, saying that Nicki Minaj can't be an op, Drake can't be an op, Ye can't be an op, Tory Lanez, none of these people can be an op. I got MAGA Republicans saying that MAGA Republicans are coming at Jay-Z. Them shots came from the very top of the government. Good luck with them. He's saying that you can't be my op, Nicki Minaj, because you are controlled by the people that are actually my ops. And I'm not governed by those people. I'm governed by God. Them shots feels like an illusion in regards to Nicki Minaj's ass. But that's just me. Them shots came from the very top of the government. Good luck with them. He's saying good luck with them niggas. Good luck with Donald Trump and all the MAGA niggas that you're associating with. Hopefully you get your little gold passport so you can stay in the country because I'm governed by God. You tried to break the covenant.
I'm governed by God. You trying to break the covenant. I prayed for 40 days. My neck get flooded again. Wrist get flooded again.
You over here getting shots and controlled by the government. I'm governed by God. And you're trying to break that covenant between man and God. And then puts himself in the position of God being Hov and in the scheme and says, and for you to know that he's really talking about Hov, him as Hov, he says it. I reigned 40 days. My neck get flooded again. Wrists get flooded again. That statement is Jay-Z saying that I'm only governed by God, so I'm not scared of these people trying to attack me and play with my name because I'm still winning in this situation. I reigned for 40 days. Wrists get flooded again. Neck get flooded again. I'm still winning. He's still going to earn and still be successful, even in the face of all these people's, these leprechauns, these people playing games with his name. Stop playing games with Jay-Z's name. That's the entire verse is what he's saying. Don't play games with my name, my family's name, or anybody's name, because it's not working. And I will still succeed because you guys are not God.
Risk get flooded again. My net worth went up again. My next update, the jig is up. I got up 10, wrong chart, champ. You gotta look up again. Niggas look up the hole. I never looked up to them.
So this is fully in response to Drake's line saying, we know how you OGs rocking already. The jig is up. And the jig is up is an old English idiom that means the deception is over, right? The game is over. So he's still letting you know that he's talking about this game that people are playing with him and his name and his position. And you can see in the text, that's what he said and what he means, because the next line, he goes, my net worth up again. He tells you right there, it's like, I reigned for 40 days. It's like, I still put in work against all of that shit and my net worth up again. My next update, the jig is up. So this is the line that we all know is about Drake. The jig is up. Next update, I'm up 10. So I'm pretty sure, we'll see if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure is what he's saying is he's up 10 billion. He's saying the next time Forbes updates that list, it's going to say $10 billion. We'll see. We'll see, Jay. I don't know. We'll freaking see. Another reason why I like that bar is because he's saying he's up 10, like he could be saying he's up 10 spots from Drake and Kanye and all them. He could be saying he's up 10 billion and he goes, wrong chart, champ. You got to look up again. Niggas look up the Hove. I've never looked up again. So he's saying you got to look up another chart because you on the wrong chart. And he's also saying you got to look up again on the charts because I'm above you. And he's saying that you always looked up to him and I never looked up to them. I've always been in a position of power and been a boss while you've always been looking at me and praising me for my achievements in my space. That's what he's saying. And you can tell that he said that because them crackers got your publishing, gangster. Go talk tough to them. He said, niggas look up to Hove. I never looked up to them. Them crackers got your publishing. Go talk tough to them. It's like you talking tough to me and I'm not the nigga that own your shit. I own all my stuff. Why are you coming at me? Don't talk success to me. Right there shows you what he was saying since he brought up his net worth. Don't talk success to me. That's not like we can't go back and forth with success. You niggas is workers. I've always been a boss and I'm a boss. In perpetuity is how your contract is worded. I love that shit because if you know anything about contracts and knowing in perpetuity means forever, for him to say that and for him to take the boss position, it makes it feel like he's actually seen Drake's contract. Like, yes, love that line because it makes it seem like he's actually seen Drake's contract. Like it says, yes, in perpetuity right here. Like someone sent him an email of Drake's contract just to make sure.
Remember, even when the trees pretend, not too much of my name.
That's a very light bar, but I love it in this context. He's saying the roots behind him, remember who he is and what he's achieved and what his name is. He's also saying the roots of a tree, remember the roots, the foundation. Remember, even if the trees forget, the things that grew off of the roots forget. The thing that grew off of the roots forgets and is playing with his name. He's saying the roots still remember. So that's a double right there. And says not too much on my name. It's like, stop playing with my name. Don't forget who I am. Hattie loves her Shawnees. SHAWN. So if we go back, he started this thing with Hattie and ends it with Hattie, which is his grandmother, which is his roots. She knows his name. She knows that who he truly is. He tells you his name, SHAWN, how you truly spell it, and is telling you guys don't play with my name since the beginning of the verse to the end of the verse. This is masterfully written, and then transitions into you don't know, saying you don't know who I be. Jay to go, Jay-Z to go, Jay-Z to go. Brings back his grandmother Hattie at the end of this thing to finish the entire scheme, the whole thing about don't play with his name, saying like, you don't know who I am, do not play with my name, and told you what his name is at the end of the verse. This is masterful writing. He started this with Hattie ends with it, started this with his grandmother's name and how all these people are playing with him in his name, right? And ends with telling you how his grandmother loves his name and what his name is, and says, stop playing with it because you don't know. You don't know what we do, what we did to build this. You don't know what will happen to you if you play with my name. You don't know. This is masterful MCing. This is the difference between a rap performer and an MC, someone who can't help themselves. They're all in the text. If you read the text, if you're listening to it and you are built to understand these things at this level, you will get it. This is amazing. And this was fun. This made my day.
All right, y'all. So there we have it. That is the end of that video, and that conversation and breakdown of, Jay-Z's verses or whatever, Child, he called out a lot of people. He came out with the clip and was like, boo, 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 and just lit it up. You know what I mean? And he did it with lyrics, and he did it with, art, right? And like I'm saying, I'm not saying that, whatever. If wrong things have been done, and it will all be dealt with. However, if they haven't, and this is just more salaciousness and lies, because we know that's a thing as well, then it's just like, a lot of people don't like people playing in their face like that. And so it's just, it is what it is when it comes to rap beef. I'd rather have a rap beef and diss battles, you know what I'm saying, diss track battles, then people's lives getting affected, right? I don't think you can have a little fun, you know what I'm saying, like poking and stinging each other up, in the name of art. But all that extra stuff that come with it, I think all of that's crazy, like trying to like destroy somebody all the way, tear down, like their livelihood and all that stuff. Like that seemed a little bit, that's very evil to me. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things that we know that's historical, if you are someone who rocks with hip hop, rap, stuff like that, the culture, this is what we do. We battle. We rap battle. Let's put it in a song. Let's get some lyrics on the page. Let's beef. We can beef, but we'll do it musically. We'll do it artistically. And that's one of the things, that is a cultural thing that I think some people understand, some people might not understand. Like, let's do it this way, yo. Like show me your pen. Like it's just that for me. But anyway, Monty, what are your thoughts and feelings and opinions on the rest of that, what we heard, and the overall, concept that you get from, Jay-Z popping out like this and just like really unleashing the clip?
Yeah, I just think that there was some shade there. Oh, Nikki. Oh, there was some shade there with the Ken bar rather. And I think that what King Green is actually trying to say here, it's not just a diss track, it's a statement. It's like he's declaring, despite all the controversy, criticism, and public attacks against his name, his business empire, his legacy remains intact. And, whether you agree or not with every interpretation that's out there, one thing is very clear. It does separate him as an MC from a performer. Not because of who he dissed, but because how he delivered the message. And it's not about this. This isn't about gossip. It's not about reputation. It's about reputation, his legacy, his power, ownership, and a man that's reminding the industry that after all these years, he's still standing. And, I thought the interpretation was good. I agreed with most, if not almost all of it. And I think probably sometimes, when you listen to it, you might miss things the first time around that you get in a later interpretation. But yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it's a great video. I thought it's great, even if you don't like rap, a great thorough breakdown. of that freestyle. It was a thorough breakdown of the freestyle, and I loved it. I loved the way King Green broke that down, actually.
I did too. I really did too. And it's like, even if you don't like the person, you can at least respect the art. You know what I mean? Like the culture, the genre, the history of it. Like beefs and rap battles and freestyles and stuff like that. That's what I grew up on. I'm a 90s girl. So like I'm used to that. And I'm from the city. So it's just like, you know, we that's how a lot of times you combat and you know, you fight each other. If you don't want to get too gritty and grimy with it, if you have a skill and ability and a talent, you take it to the booth, you take it to the pen, you take it to the page, you know? So I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
There's one more thing. There's one more thing he talks about. He talks about the fact that a lot of people are just interested in internet arguments, internet beef. And he's saying it's more important than all that ish. He's not talking about social media, winning social media applause or battles. It's about long-term ownership, long-term wealth, and long-term influence, not these simple, little beefs that people are going into. He's like saying, I'm above all that. And really, I think some of us could take a lot of lessons about that, about getting into these petty little arguments all the time, because some of them are not even worth your energy. And he is reserving his energy for the bigger battle that he says he's got, which in his opinion is the MAGA Republicans. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't argue too much with that one either. But yeah, it was good. Hello?
Hey girl, sorry, I thought my mic was unmuted. Dang, it was muted. I'm sorry, I apologize. No, I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree. And it's just like, a lot of these people had it coming, to be quite honest. It's just like, hey, we don't know, as the people that are on the outside that are just listening to both sides of the story, we can't be sure what is true. But what we know is, child, a nice little rap battle, a nice little verse, or something like that, a nice little freestyle. It's always been something that's been part of the culture and it's been very entertaining and very telling. And so we'll see. We will see. The chips will fall where they may. Now, one of the people that he did bring up, that has had so much to say about him, for a very long period of time was Jaguar Wright. And I hate to have to talk about this because I don't like to talk about Jaguar Wright. But yeah, so she got the attention she was looking for. I don't. We're gonna get into this in just a minute. I hope it's to your satisfaction, but apparently we will see exactly what she has to say, because the next audio we're going to get into is going to be her and her response to the Jay-Z freestyle, and him mentioning her name, which was like very low key. And let's be clear about that. Like, I just want to say that real quick before we get into this. This is a very low key mention, right? He was just like, yo, I don't even know why he introduced me to Jaguar Wright. That's literally it. He said nothing else about her, right? That was all he said. Child, this is going to give her 20 more years of content. But let's get into it, y'all. We'll be right back.
That was Amir's call. Amir came up with the whole okay player thing. Very clever. Very clever way to show allegiance to white power domination, Illuminati. Very clever.
Real life.
Man, Real Life Street Stars, we are back once again, just like that. The world is once again saying Jaguar's name. It is funny because, you know, we live in a world of, you know, comic books where they exist, and, you know, they have Batman and the Joker, and one needs the other. And it's like, you know, they don't exist without the other. And it seems as if, you know, we have this Jay-Z coming out party. And a lot of people are wondering why he picked that night to do it. And we're going to go through it. But first and foremost, Jag, we're just going to get straight to it. He actually comes out and mentions you by name. If you don't mind, just walk us through the day of. What were you doing? Did you watch this live? Did someone send it to you?
Okay. Wait a second, because there's something that I need in order to be able to answer this question properly. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I can't believe I forgot it.
Spence.
My bad.
Oh, no, please take your time.
I hate not being prepared. So yeah, I think I spoke about this on my channel when it first happened, when it was first announced, and I'm like, okay. And as time progressed, I realized that I'm not interested. I never talked about the Roots picnic before. Why would I start talking about it now? Like, I think a lot of people don't understand. I was around when the Roots picnic was created. I was there. I remember why it happened. I remember how it happened. A lot of debt is why it happened. The IRS was all over everyone's back. All of those unexplained recoupables, there was a lot of money in taxes owed to the city. And it became the thing to do tourism deals, to get a little tax break, right? So that's where the Roots picnic and all of this stuff came from.
Okay, yeah, that was about, what, 30 years ago?
No.
How far back?
Like 2006. Like 2006, 2007, yeah. Like they pretty much started doing it. Don't forget, like Dave Chappelle, he had his block party, and it started around that time. So, and this was when things were still cool. We were all still fam, long before I had ever thought that I would have the opposition that I have to them now. Like, we were all still fam. Guess what? I never performed. I never went.
Why not? I mean, you were
because the budget was shitty, and I knew that they were going to fuck over fam. They barely had enough money to bring in the people that they were bringing in. It was a shit show for the most part.
Okay, so
it was a ghetto ass. It was ran very ghetto. It was very like, yeah, no, I wasn't interested. Did I help people get in? Did I help people get tickets? You know, there were people that I knew in the city that were vendors who wanted to be able to be there to work the event. I would always call, be like, hey, I got somebody. Like, I did that. But that was about it. I think I may have hung out once right before I was about to move to Dallas. I went one time, RC was there. And I saw RC from RC and the Grits. He was there performing. And like, that was that. Like, I was never pressed to be a part of it. So for me, it felt disingenuous to even talk about it just because he was going to be there. You see what I'm saying? Like, I never talked about it before. Why would I talk about it now? I think I had the conversation because like some of the barbs got together and they were like, boycott the Roots picnic. And I was like, what? So I did a live about it, just like, what do y'all think? Do y'all think it should be boycotted? You know, that kind of thing. But outside of that, there was no conversation. So, and yeah, I didn't want to talk about it. You know, if there's something that you don't want to promote, then don't give it air.
Well, let's get right to it. And we're gonna dissect this thing, but let's just start. Let's peel it back like onion. Let's put it back layers like an onion. Jay-Z, of course, does a surprise freestyle, and this is what kind of goes crazy over the internet, goes over the Twitter space, and he says, Quest, meaning Questlove, introduced me to Jaguar. I don't know why I still F with him. So, can we, if you don't mind, because you have a lot of new fans on this platform who are just even finding out about you, maybe with this freestyle. Can you, if you don't mind, y'all know you've spoken before, but can you break down the introduction to Jay-Z, Jigga Man, and did Quest actually make that introduction? How did that go based on what Jay-Z said?
Let's be clear. He can say whatever he wants to say. There's two different things that I could talk about, and I'm not going to get into a whole bunch of it. But what I am going to say is what he was trying to reference was Unplugged. And Amir was his musical director for Unplugged. Amir didn't call me and ask me. Our deceased manager, Richard Nichols, asked me. I didn't want to go. Was that the first time I met him? Absolutely not. But he's not going to be honest about it. So there's no point in me talking about it.
Okay.
Like, he's not going to tell the truth. He's made it very clear he's not going to tell the truth about anything. So what I'm going to say is can he say that Amir introduced him to me? I don't know. I say God, because it was a blessing for me to be there.
Yes. Do you feel like that was your coming out party back then on the?
No. I was doing them a favor. They wasn't doing me no favor. I was Jaguar Wright, building myself up in New York. Don't get me wrong. Was that a hot moment? Was that a great moment? But he wasn't everything that he later became to be. Like, this was a big opportunity for everybody involved. Was it Jay-Z? Yes. But more importantly, it was MTV. That was what it was really all about. It was the Unplugged series. That was what it was all about. Maxwell had a killer Unplugged. Nirvana had a killer Unplugged. You know what I mean? Like, that was the legacy that everybody was attaching themselves to. I mean, Jay-Z, for the most part, this was before the blueprint. Like, Jay-Z didn't become the man that he is until like it started with the blueprint.
Yes, facts.
That was after Unplugged. He did the stuff with, what is it, Linkin Park? After Unplugged. Like, Unplugged was the thing. It was the vehicle that really opened the door for a lot of awesome for him. A lot of awesome for him. So I'm not going to say that it was my coming out party. I didn't get my Coca-Cola commercial because of him. I had already had my Coca-Cola commercial. Matter of fact, I had just finished shooting my Coca-Cola commercial before that. Like, that was just like, whoa, you know what I mean? That was my label was acting funny. Jay Boberg was worried about kissing Mary J. Blige's ass. They were worried about my project really, really, really being groundbreaking because Mary was busy worrying about gatekeeping so she didn't get overshadowed, But that's what all of them do. It was just Unplugged made it undeniable. The Coca-Cola commercial, killer ass album, and Jay-Z Unplugged, MTV was behind it. Like,
yeah, that was your trajectory right there. That was a lot of things happening at once.
Yeah.
So let's speak on.
That goes to show you right there. All of that doesn't come together and happen for a loser. All of that doesn't come together and happen for a nobody. All of that doesn't come together and happen. Like, they didn't bring me there to make my career. They brought me there to help make that show.
Which it was made.
They couldn't. Mary J. Blige was there. If that goofy ass bitch could have actually done everything that I did in that show, there would have been no need to call me. Why didn't she do it all?
What were they saying? Like, not only Amir, but what were people saying about your voice back then? What were they when people spoke on Jaguar Wright back then?
You can go and you can listen to Jay-Z say it himself. There's a video you can find of him talking, oh my God, she's incredible, and all of the different voices and all, like, you can hear him say it himself. Everybody know what it is. That's why I find it funny. I find it funny because he didn't mention nobody else's name but mine. And I understand. Duly noted, sir.
Right. Everyone else
Duly
was subliminal.
noted. Duly noted. Now understand what that means for you. Because the truth is, you ain't been saying my name. You've been calling me a conspiracy theorist. That's how you've been referring to me, as a conspiracy theorist. Yet, I guess you can't call me conspiracy theorist anymore because everything that I said, it ended up coming to be exactly what the fuck I said. Even when people didn't want to believe it. Even when there were people that really didn't want to believe that I was dead on balls accurate about everything that I said. It's cute.
Yeah, right. Wait, did you even take that as a diss? Him mentioning your name there. Yeah, did you even take it as a diss?
Not at all. What I took it as, game on. That's what I took it as. He's ready to say my name. So that means we about to get into some ignorant shit.
Okay. Well, I will say this, Jack, he did laugh it off. So, and he still fucks with Quest. So
I mean, does he? Because Amir wasn't invited to the dress rehearsal. And then Amir turned around and sat down with Lauren LaRosa and said that he wasn't even sure whether or not the Jigga Man was going to be able to make it. And he was just glad that he could be there, which is funny because he was the first artist that y'all announced for the Roots picnic.
Correct. Jay-Z said himself that he wondered why he didn't have him at the dress rehearsal because he must have knew that bar was coming out, as it seems like everyone else knew, as far as on production,
exactly.
Knew that bar was coming.
So much for a freestyle.
Oh man. Okay.
So much for a freestyle.
Yeah, no,
you
it's
know
interesting.
what was even greasier though?
Shoot.
And I actually want to acknowledge Choky Chicken. Here on YouTube, he was doing a video and he was sharing a clip from Amir's podcast. I've never watched it, but he was talking. He had a voice clip of him talking about how when they signed the Def Jam, how the Jigga Man shelved pretty much their music because he wanted to cut off Black Thought's trajectory because he thought he might outshine him because he was such a nice spitter. He was so fine at his craft, which is funny because he did the same thing to DMX. And I'm like, and in the voice clip that the Choky boy played, like Amir was laughing.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna just go ahead and take a quick commentary break. Sorry about that. I played it a little bit longer over what I wanted to play it. But we are back. So Imani, I'll go ahead and let you lead. You can speak on a few things. What are your thoughts and feelings and stuff? Because y'all know this is not my favorite thing to do or my favorite person to talk about. So I'm not enthused about this one, but child, we got to just put two and two together. So what was some of your thoughts and feelings, Imani, about what Jag had to say based off of this interview so far?
Well, she was with the Roots before, but would I say that she was a big name before that? Yeah, a big name before that Unplugged? No, I wouldn't. I would say that put her on the map. And according to the timeline that's out there, the commercial, the Pepsi commercial, not Pepsi, sorry, the Coca-Cola commercial was after the Unplugged because the Unplugged was in 2001. Her album came out in January. Her debut album came out. It was called Denials, Delusions, and Decisions. Was released in January 2002, and then February 2002, Coca-Cola aired its new soul campaign featuring her and her song The What Ifs. So it wasn't before, it was after. And I would say that that did put her on the map. And yes, it was MTV Unplugged, which is true, but you know, it gave her a larger profile and a platform. And she, it doesn't matter what she wants to say. Most people say her breakout moment was being picked as that replacement for MTV Unplugged, you know, and the fact that it was with Jay-Z. So you gotta, give credit where credit is due. And this is what I dislike about that part. You gotta accept what put you on the map. You gotta accept where you came from. You gotta accept the chances that you got and the breaks that were given to you that made you elevate. And she can't say it wasn't MTV Unplugged. I'm sorry to say, regardless, and for someone who didn't have a lot to say about it, she certainly spoke for a lot longer than I thought she would. But, I'm not saying that she didn't do a good job on that Unplugged. I'm just saying accept your journey. Accept your journey, regardless of whether you like the man or you don't like the man or you've fallen out. Accept your journey. He's brought a lot of people on and he's given a lot of people opportunities. And we can see that even with the Super Bowl. You know, let's just be honest about why you got a break and you got, your debut album was after uh, the
Right.
Unplugged series. And the commercial was after that. I hate people that, they reinvent or try and rewrite history. Just be
Right.
honest about it. Nobody says that he gave you your voice. Your voice was you. Your talent was you. It was all you. But
Right.
the breaks that you got, that was one of them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, that's another thing that we've been talking about as of lately too, when it comes to like, really being honest and holding yourself accountable. Now, look, people can blow things up and make them bigger than what they were. I could have blew up the story when I told you I met Chris Brown at the airport and made it seem like it was bigger than what it was. It wasn't that. Just be honest about what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever it was, it did happen at some point in time. There was a time where I believed, and I've always been vocal about this, that Jaguar Wright has had a lot of talent, and I like her voice. I'm very much into neo soul music as well as rap and hip hop and everything else. And yeah, back in the day, the girl could blow. Like she really had talent. Now, what she done with the opportunities that were given to her, and what she did when she was in the rooms and the places and spaces, that she was in, we can't be sure. That's her story. I don't know. I don't know if she didn't get the opportunities because she said no. I don't know if she didn't get the opportunities because she was difficult. I don't know what happened, where it went wrong, and what stopped it and slowed it down for her. But for whatever it is, that is her life, her story to tell. And it would be, people would be remiss, like if you just tell that story honestly. I mean, so many things have fact checked to come out that when she tells these stories, they're not true. So it's like the boy who cried wolf. When you do that all of the time, then anything else you say after that, even if it's true, it's going to be very hard for people to believe or, receive or whatnot that you're being factual about what it was. But at the end of the day, none of us really know. We know some of the facts that's been put out. You know what I mean? Based off of what's been documented. But like when it comes to one-on-one and stuff like that, no, we don't know about all of that. I would never take her experiences and her struggles from her. I would never say that she's never had talent or she's never had opportunity to be somebody and do something and go somewhere. But sometimes it's us to stand in our own way of our own blessings. So I would just say that. And then when you mess it up, or if you mess it up, you gotta admit and look in the mirror and say, "Yo, I screwed that up," and not just be mad at the world for the rest of your life because of some of your poor decisions and choices. And
One
make
more
it
thing. One more
go.
thing that I forgot, and I want to say it before I forget. I
Mm-hmm.
did find it interesting There is, and one thing that she said, and one thing that the guy interviewing her said, and by the way, go and subscribe to Real Life Street Stars, support their channel.
I'm sorry, real quick, y'all. My bad. When I was typing in the chat, I was typing too fast and I typed out the wrong platform. It's a frequent watcher platform that I type also that y'all know that I promote as well. But no, Jaguar is having this conversation on the Real Life Street Stars podcast platform. That's where she's speaking and who she's speaking with. So I apologize for speaking. That's all.
You need to correct the thumbnail as well, by the way. I mean,
thumbnail too. Oh my God, that's because it's from the last.
But one of the things that I thought was interesting, because everybody else was subliminals, but he mentioned her name, and hers was the only name he mentioned. I mean, subliminals, they weren't subliminals because we knew who he was talking about. I am interested in, and this is the key thing that people have to think about, why mention her name directly? Is that a draw out tactic to make someone make a mistake? Or is it, is it another reason? Because of all the people to mention their name there so that they know, or maybe it just fit into the line, into the bar. Why mention her name only?
Right.
I wouldn't read too much of, this is some sort of, but me personally, the way my brain works, I wouldn't read into some of the other stuff of the romanticism and all the other rumors. I don't believe it's that. I believe there's another reason. And you got to think about someone like him's a smart man and a deliberate in his words.
Very much
There is
so.
probably a reason, but it ain't probably the reason that people are thinking, or even Jag is thinking, that he's looked at Bebe and thought, oh my God, I've married the wrong woman. No, I don't think so. Sorry.
Right. Ciao.
I think there's another reason for it. That's just me, but that is just my personal opinion, by the way.
I agree, because why he didn't name no other names? You know what I'm saying? But people who be of that caliber and walk, how they walk and move and talk how they talk. It's like sometimes you peep it all, you hear it all, you see it all. And sometimes you feel sorry for people. Like, that they need a little something. You know what I mean? And I think, and he's a New Yorker and he's very, you know what I mean? Like that, we kind of like that from the North. And not to say it's better or anything like that. I'm just saying it's just certain ways that people move differently based off of that. I think he probably just like, yo, let me just throw you a bone. You know what I mean? So let's take a quick.
But also, if you said a conspiracy theorist, he could have been talking about a whole load of people. So, you know what I mean?
I'm telling you, like this is, I cannot. But we know. And like I said, however it's gonna go, it's gonna go. I think the higher things that need to be done or are being done will be done. But as far as public presumption and response, then it's like, look, did you get your moment you was looking for? Did he give it to you? Are you satisfied? And apparently it's enough. I think it tickled her. I think it basically, gave her what she was looking for, some type of recognition of some kind or something she could eat off of. So I think he probably just tossed her a bone. That's what I really think. I don't know, girl. That's just my personal opinion. I'm just like, because when people be like that, it's like you're like a gnat that won't go away. What do you want? And you get annoyed, and then you just, you toss them a bone. And then just be like, okay, well, you over there eating off of that, maybe you'll leave me alone for a bit and like keep my name out your mouth. Because at this point, what more do you want from me? And like you said, like people do not appreciate the opportunities that come from certain things or that they're given, or grateful for the things that they have. It's always wanting more and more and more and more and more. probably was, like you said, a great opportunity for her that circumstance even happened. It could have even been, God putting that in her life, right? Like, because the girl who originally sang on the song, I think she was like sick or something, and she couldn't make it. And her band, The Roots, happened to be there. He needed a female vocalist to sing that part. She filled in, and then a lot of things went up for her, and a lot of opportunities came for her after that. Now, what you do with that after that is up to you, and you can't always just be expecting people to carry you all the way. Like, you got to get out here and get it out the mud yourself. You know what I mean? Like, if you get an opportunity or if you get a little spark or something like that, a boost, then it's like, all right, it's a boost. That's what it is. But how many times do you want somebody to keep boosting you? At some point, you got to take the reins on your own and carry that chariot, where it need to go. Like, you can't keep expecting people to, you know what I'm saying? Like, take you everywhere it is you want to go. A lot of it has to do with you. It has to do with your personality. It has to do with how you talk to people, how you treat people, all of that type of stuff. And so, when you look at like certain people personalities, and then you look at, if you are a person who understands, like, when you're in professional spaces, are you able to sit in those rooms and have conversations with people in a professional way? Are you able to walk into a room without, being so grandiose or so, over the top that people start to find you like, we don't want to work with you? Is that the case? We can't be sure. We don't know. But I mean, everybody feels like that on YouTube, child. So I don't know. Maybe they felt like that in the industry as well. So I don't know what to say about it. But I mean, look, he said your name. So hey, are you happy? Are you happy? Are you satisfied? No, never. Because it's never gonna be like that.
Of course she is. Of course she is. What do you think? Of course she is. She's dined on that. She's going to dine on that for 20 years. Of course she is.
I do believe that. And that's going to be made out to be something more than it ever was as well. Like, you don't have to gaslight a story. What it is what it was. We all heard it. We all saw it. Please do not come out here 3 years from now and try to rewrap and rewrite that story as far as how that bar hit and landed. Ma'am, please don't do that, because then now we have the facts, the evidence, and the
My God, the monetization that will be made out of that one bar.
Alone. And it's just like a lot of the stuff I think that went over our heads before is because you gotta realize we moved from different eras. So when she first was like together with him and all of that went down and stuff in that time, where she did, and I will admit, did have, I think, a great voice and a great chance to be, an artist and do something and get somewhere. That was like back in the 90s and stuff like that. We didn't have the internet like that. We didn't have,
Are you talking about when she was rubbing her Blue Magic hair cream on his green jacket? Is that the one you're talking about?
Oh, girl, child.
Is that the one you're talking about? The one where she's rubbing her Blue Magic hair grease on his lime green jacket? Is that what you're talking about when they were together? Because I heard there was a broom cupboard incident then, or a cloakroom incident. I don't know. That's what I heard. Anyway.
I cannot. And I fell for it. I fell for a lot of the stories, child. I really did.
Oh my God.
Over there swimming in the stories. And then I was like, what the heck? I woke up. Thank God I woke up and people helped me wake up. But it's like, yo, we gotta be real. Like, come on. Like, what's true? What's factual? What's not? Let's keep it real. Like you. But this is a thing that I think could be, for I know I apply and I try to keep this in mind. You cannot get mad at other people, other entities, and other beings of things that are not going right in your life because of the choices and decisions that you chose to make. Like, that's it. Like, how long do you keep hanging on to that and blaming someone else for that? If it just didn't work for you, then why? I mean, you really think Jay-Z was trying to hold her down and hold her career down? And, like, come on. Like, nah. It's too many people. It's too many stories. It's too many attachments that, she's a difficult person to be around. She's not the most likable person to be around. Sometimes she's good, sometimes she not. And a lot of people are just not dealing with that. So, unfortunately, maybe it's some of the things about you that have you in the predicament that you're in. So,
between me and you, I personally think he woke up that morning and he thought, I made the wrong choice. No, I'm only joking. No, she did have a good voice. Listen, you can't take her voice away from her. She did have a
right,
good voice. She
right,
did
right.
have a good voice and she was talented. What she did
Yeah.
with that isn't, there are many stories around it. And as you know, I have a partner, and my man is in the industry. He knows a lot about what went on and what didn't go on. He used to be a big promoter and promote some big events. So in both the US and the UK and other countries, because he's a DJ, he's a Sony Award winner. So he knows a lot about a lot of this stuff, which includes even the Westwood guy who's now in trouble in the UK. Yeah. So, these are things that are known, and there were things that happened. But you can't take her voice away from her. But this, Jay, why did you do this to us? Why, oh, why did you do this to us? You don't know
Right.
what you've done.
She was
We
sleeping. She was sleeping, and then he did that, and now she's back awake and she's back around. And child, we're gonna have to go through
the
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 Jaguar.
best part, the best part, sorry to cut you, but the best part of when she started telling that story was saying, I wasn't interested, I wasn't watching it, I didn't see it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay.
Someone sent
But
me an email. Yeah, okay, you didn't watch it. Okay, yeah, sure.
you know what I'm saying? Like, why you got a lot? Anyway, let's play a little bit more and then come back for some commentary, and then after that we'll do our song break. All right, we'll be right back, y'all.
Talking about, hey, he did what was best for his business. And I'm like, but this is the lead rapper from your band. Huh?
Mm.
You said that shit? Like, I already know. Amir don't give no fuck about Tariq's career. And I've known for a long time that he had been working in the backdrop to do whatever he had to do to keep him small. I knew that. I just wasn't sure as to why. And now it makes perfect sense. Because you've been working for the Jigga Man all along, you fucking fat bitch. Why does he still fuck with you? Because you a good fucking errand boy. That's why he still fucks with you. And y'all, with y'all Illuminati symbols and shit like that, you boule. I get it. It's clear now. I just hope that everyone else can see it. Like, seriously, who fucking does that? Who fucking dick rides another human being so much so to the point where they're willing to tank their own band for it? Like, huh? Like, I remember when everything was done at MCUA and we all moved on. There was that moment there, and I'm like, yo, Rich, we going independent, right? We going independent. The crew, we all going independent, right? We ain't fucking with this shit no more. We get out of the system. Rich didn't understand why that was. Why would you get out of one slavery contract just to sign up for another on a bigger plantation? I didn't understand it. We had.
All right, so I just pause it right there. This is the thing about Jaguar. This is what pulls and drags people in. He's saying things that are really accurate and make sense. And one of the things that we, as the general public, don't really know is how everything really went down, right? But we do hear a lot of artists now saying, like, you know, the industry is whack. We need to be independent. We need to get out of here, you know, take our skills and our talents and stuff and just bet on ourselves and not be in this machine. And could a lot of people been coming to the realization of that many, many years ago, whether it's the 90s, you know, the 80s, 70s, whatever? I'm pretty sure, right? I'm pretty sure. And could that been something that was being discussed, honestly, as far as like the band and the business and all of that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that could have been a thing, you know. So it's not to take away from what's true and what's not. I just feel like Jaguar mixed truths with some things that are just over, you know what I mean, like over exaggerated, and that's what makes it bad, because it's like you really are sometimes saying some good things, and you probably are talking about some really real experiences that you went through within that industry and within the music industry and all that stuff. But then you get too animated and you take it too far. So I can't be sure. I don't know. What do you think?
Listen, she's now the seasoning is starting to come in. There's a lot of stuff that she says, but if you read Rebecca Scott's Hip Hop Illuminati, which was written way before Jag came out and was talking all this, that book was out there. That book was written around about 2011 about what goes on in the industry. And she's passed away now. I think she passed away during COVID, I think. But, you know, some of this stuff was always out there. So some of the stuff she's saying is, you know, it's a mix of what she's been told, some that she knows, and quite a bit of hot pepper in there seasoning to spice it up a bit, because you can tell now the conversation has started really calm. Now she's working herself up into this crescendo. And
Right,
as it goes on, I'm pretty sure, obviously, we're not showing the camera, but I bet you she's going to start leaning into the camera and then whispering
yeah,
in the voice that really, you know, voice of mystery, you know, fear, whatever. You know, the drama is now beginning to start. And
right,
this is what makes people start to sit back and say, you know, it's just like when I watched her on the interview with the UK guy. He called her up there to talk about Diddy, and she was talking about people being put in suitcases and Jay-Z and Beyonce. Nothing at all with what the interviewer asked her. And the reason why he got asked to take it down, because I don't know if any of you know, defamation laws in the UK completely different here.
right,
If someone sues you for if you haven't got evidence, if they say, if you haven't got receipts of what someone is saying, you can be sued, because when you go to the court, it's not it's freedom of speech, but not freedom from consequences, and the consequences were pretty severe, and that's why Piers Morgan had to take down a lot of that stuff, because
right,
he had no receipts, and his platform was based in the UK. And this is what spoils it, because there's a lot of stuff. She's a great storyteller. She's very funny. She's very comedic. But when the seasoning goes in, it's when you start to go, oh, here we go again. Here we go. Because once she draws the audience in, she's one of those storytellers who feels that I've got to add a little bit more spice to this to keep this going. I think she's very talented, even in her storytelling, but she ruins it with some of the misinformation, shall we say, and some of
right.
the
That extra
additional stuff that she adds to the menu that doesn't need to be there. And that's what I think spoils it. But if anybody of you want to read about the industry, go read it. Hip Hop Illuminati by Rebecca Scott. I think you can still get it. I'm pretty sure it's on Audible if you like to listen to books. But yeah, guys, read it. That was written in 2011. And she wrote two books. I've forgotten the name of the second one. But some of this stuff is already in there.
I agree. I agree. It's like, you know, when you're cooking and stuff, and it's just like you added in that spice that was not necessary to be in the dish, or you put way too much salt and now you ruined it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like she does that a lot. So it's not to say that like, dang, everything is, you know, discredited or, you know, uncreditable that she's saying and she's talking about. A lot of it, like you said, she's heard it or seen somebody else say it, and she'll regurgitate it in her own way because she has a certain type of personality that when she presents it, more people are gravitated to listen to her because of her presentation. And that's why I say, like, you have gifts and talents about yourself. Like, you are a great, extremely great storyteller. I don't know how you've been, you know, keeping up your vocals or whatnot. I seen something, I think it was like last year where she did like a show last year. I seen she was singing with Kiki Wyatt last year. Like, you still got a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Like, what it was. Nobody's gonna be as great as they were when they were young. Some get better, some get worse, whatever. But considering it all, it's just like, yeah, when we listen to your music from years ago, you do sound a bit better and a bit different than what you sound now. You definitely sound decent. Like, I can't sing, okay? So I'm no singer. I don't even have no voice. Jaguar voice is, you know, she has a gift that was given to her, but we get gifts. That's just how it is in life. How do you maintain and how do you keep and respect those gifts that you are gifted and you receive from the creator? And that's it. You know what I mean? So outside of that, you know, all of the bitterness and the evilness and the angriness and blame it on this person, blame it on that person, blame it on this group, blame it on that group. Could sometimes these people have a hand in some of the downfall of artists? Yes, we know that. We've seen that multiple times now. And yeah, she was one of the ones that came to the platform and kind of busted that can of worms wide open, if we're going to be honest about it, you know, exposing some of these inside industry truths and information. We get that. But at the end of the day, you have all of this time that you're on the internet, you're on YouTube, you're trolling people, you're going live to argue and fuss and fight and scream and whatever the things that you're doing. That's time that you could be revamping your career. Like, you could be just putting that time, being in the studio, drop another album. You know what I'm saying? Like, but now you just cross so many, you burn so many bridges. It's like nobody really likes you, honestly. And I know people don't like me either, and that's fine. But like, nobody likes you. But the main people who's supposed to like you, like the executives and the producers and the industry people, even if you want to be around them or not, but people that maybe even have their own independent studios and stuff like that, like, nobody really wants to work with you or be around you because you're so nasty. You're allowing all of that to just pour out of you. If you just
Yeah,
be
but
more and be more nice. Like, you don't have to be that evil. That
yeah,
evilness,
but
people.
the thing is, didn't she set up her own cruelty-free artistry?
Well, there was that. Yeah. What happened to
And
that?
how many releases have we seen from cruelty-free artistry?
I have.
Uh, I don't remember seeing one. I may be
I.
wrong.
Yeah.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong. People can do independent uh releases now. You can go independent. Yeah, you know the business, you know the game. You don't have to be tied to a record label. You can go out there and do it on your jack. Look at M.A. Look at
That's what
M.A.
I'm.
There's a
That's.
classic example of a person with their head screwed on who knows what they want and is determined to achieve it and have ownership. So it's out there, and there are more opportunities to do it on your jack than there were back in the day. So there is no excuse now.
It,
There's no excuse now. You
excuse.
have to, there are many people who've been blackballed and they still come back and they still keep fighting,
Right.
regardless of the blocks that are in their way. It's whether you really want it or you really just want to talk about it,
Exactly.
or you really just want to troll people in chats and talk absolute ish all day in your
Right.
repertoire.
Doing that makes you feel better about yourself every day when you wake up and you look around and your life is not where you expected it to be. So because that's the predicament of your life, what makes you feel better every day is waking up, getting on the internet, getting on a YouTube channel and being nasty work. and that in some type of way is satisfying you and your, feelings that you have about your life and where you're at. Like, come on. When do you take the accountability and stand up and realize that a lot of things is probably going on in your life is because of the poor choices that you decided to make and the person that you decided to be? Where is the accountability taken when it comes to that? When does that ever come into play? Can't just keep going around blaming people for your problems all the time, like it's everybody else's fault. How many people's fault has Jaguar said her career is not where it is, or things that she haven't been able to succeed or get done? How many people has she named that it's their fault? That's the number one indicator. And I did start to pick up on that, because I know I was over there, I was supporting and stuff like that. I know that, y'all. I remember those days. But I did start to pick up on that.
I'm still waiting to see these 3 women from the island that were rescued. So let's just be clear. There's
Where
a lot
is the boat in the canoe? You was
But
over there rescuing people off the island. Where is the boat, the canoe, the boating license, like any of those things? Do you have any of them? Can we see it?
But let's just, we'll end it on a note of she
I
had
don't
her
want
say.
to no
And
more.
if people want to watch the interview, go over there and support. Hold on a sec. If people want to watch that interview, go over there and support Real Life, support the channel, subscribe to the channel.
Yeah. Yep. Because the full interview is available now on Real Life Street Stars over on their YouTube channel and their podcast with Jaguar Wright and her response to Jay-Z and things about the industry, per usual.
And also, they have other interviews as well.
Of course, they have beautiful interviews with other people as well. So if you don't want to listen to Jaguar, check out some of their other work that they have as well, and some other people they've sat down with. So salute to them, shout out to them. But yeah, that's
what I advise people to go and listen to it. I wouldn't stop people from listening to it. Is it, it's her take on what she thinks happened, even though she didn't want to talk about it. She talked for 60 minutes about it. But hey, I would advise people to watch the whole interview. I watched it the other day. I did chuckle a few times. You need to see the visuals. You need to see the visuals. You need to see the leaning into the camera for the suspense.
Shout out to Trevor Green for real, because like he really get her visuals down to a T when he do those videos.
Shout out to Trevor Green.
Right.
He's so good. He has her down to a pat. Yeah, you need to go over and see the videos. It's the facial expressions in Trevor Green's videos that are hilarious to me. Yeah, please go over to Trevor Green's channel as well and subscribe to the channel. And people like Kimmy Loves, Cultivate with Kai, Dropping the Tea. Who else is on? We the People. Some of these mid-tier channels that don't get enough recognition. There are more. Mel's World. I've forgotten. There's a list. There's a list of them, and I will remember them for the next live. Go subscribe to the channels. There's some great content out there. Trevor Green is, his videos are great. If you're ever feeling down or low, go watch one of Trevor's videos. They are so good, and he's so talented, and he captures people's personalities in those videos so well. It's so good. And and also what I like about Trevor, he doesn't make anybody look monstrous.
Right.
And that shows me that really he's a good soul, because he doesn't make people look ugly. He doesn't make people look weird. He just uses the stuff that they say, and once you see it, a collection of it, it's great. So please go over there and subscribe to Trevor. We love Trevor Green. And and others like I said, Cultivate with Kai. I've been watching some of his stuff. He's really good. I love listening to him and Mel when they're on panel. They're really good together. Who else did I say? Oh, Dropping the Tea, of course. We the People, Magic, of course, and Ralph the Wise. Please go subscribe
Big
to their channel. Support them. Support the content of the people who are they don't get enough recognition, and they're all doing good stuff in different ways, in very different ways. And some people you don't tend to hear about, you know. Um, has is Goody still on YouTube?
Yes. Yeah. The real was it
The
real
reaction
reality?
room, Goody Toki, and she has
Yeah.
great music as well.
I love her music. And also Rose T Politics. I've checked her channel out, her content out. I love her channel too.
Yeah,
Like
Roasty Politics
a
Cups,
lot
the
of different.
wonderful Cups of Conversation as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shout out to Cups. Cups is dope. I like Cups now.
yeah, we love
On that
Cups. Yeah,
spirit, like I be on. I love that. I love that. Mhm. There's so
yeah.
many content creators out here, and the thing is, like, everybody can be different. Everybody can bring their own sauce or their own, you know what I'm saying, swag or style or whatnot to the mix. And we should be able to support one another and lift one another up, and not always feel like we got to be in competition with one another. That's what I don't understand. Just because somebody don't do it like you do it, it doesn't mean that person is better than you or lesser than you or lower than you. They just do it different from you. And what's the problem with them doing it different from you? And whoever people want to gravitate towards is who they gravitate towards. Don't be hating and jealous off of that. That is mad whack to me. I don't like that. I can't do nothing to change it or fix it. But I'm just saying we just shouldn't be like that as a people, because we'll never get anywhere as a group. And when I say a people, I'm talking about human people. Sometimes we gotta, we kick it and we have some chats with our own. But I'm just saying, all of us as people, period. You don't see us discriminate over here. We do not discriminate. And I don't, anyway, we can have our other conversation.
Listen, there are some people's content I would not recommend, even if
Yeah.
I was held hostage. Let me
Imani,
just be
we're going to
clear
save
about that.
it. We're going to save it for our next live that we
No,
got.
I'm not saying names. There's some people's content I don't think adds value, uplifts anybody, and I would never recommend it, even if they took me hostage. Trust me.
Oh my
You saw
God.
me in a hostage video.
That's bad.
Okay.
If they're holding you hostage and you ain't going to scream it,
Yeah.
then that's gonna be
No
bad.
way, no how. But there
Not
are some people out there
free.
that are doing
I'm
good stuff and they don't get the recognition. Like I said, I've been doing my little traveling around, listening to different people, listening to how they do stuff. And
Yeah.
there's all different content that people can listen to, and it just depends on what your flavor is. Like I said, we should support people, and it doesn't matter. There are people, there are some content creators people like that I don't like. I listened to Mel's World yesterday. She was having a good live. I like her. She's a New Yorker. And you can tell.
Yeah, I love Mel's World too. I seen her up. She was on a panel the other day, and she really like. I like her mindset. Like when she speaks, she's very clear, like with what she wants to get across. But she also has a lot of knowledge. You can tell, like she was trying to drop like gems, and if you
Yeah.
pick it up, pick it up. And some people pick it up and some people don't. But she seems very wise. You know what I'm saying? Like I like listening to her talk. And she,
Yeah,
yeah,
and
like she's a New Yorker, so whatever.
yeah, and if I've forgotten anybody, I'll mention you next time. I haven't got my list in front of me. Like I said, and you talking about Mel's World, you should listen to Mel and Kai,
Okay.
Cultivate with Kai,
Yeah.
together. They are a great match. It's really good. I listened to them on panel and I really enjoyed it. And also, Kai has he has an eclectic type of mix in his content that I really liked, because he's
Yeah.
given a little bit of everything.
Right. I like that. He does a lot of different types of content. Like
And he's
makes
funny
it-
as F. He's
he is
funny as
funny
F.
though. He is funny. You gotta give it to him. He's funny.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
and
Like,
sorry, you know who else I got? I'm one with Teddy and Kimmy Love, as we mentioned.
yeah.
I'm one with Teddy and Kitty Love. Kimmy
Well,
Love.
they
Go
are.
over and support them. Share their content. Subscribe to their channels. Cups of Conversation. I think we said it. We the People. I've been listening to her as well. Yeah, and next time I'll probably have some more names to talk to you guys about. But yeah, some good content out there. There's, you know, like I said, Maggie and Ralph, we support those guys as well.
Judge Shady Court is cracking me up too. Like Judge Shady Court is really funny.
Oh, Judge, yeah, the judge. I love the judge. Actually, I do love the judge. She cracks me up.
Yo,
But she's also, you know, she also gives some very wise and sage advice. Judge Shady
right.
Court. I forgot the judge. Yeah, the judge is funny. The judge is
Wisdom,
funny.
wisdom is so necessary. You know what I mean? Like it's just like I really appreciate it because I feel like it really helps. It really helps push us forward and make us better. You know, you gotta listen to the wise, to the ones that know the game. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't see a few things, they didn't been through a few things. They got some gems they can drop for you and some advice they can give to you. So I just feel like we should respect and listen to them and appreciate them and be glad and thankful that we can have that, you know. So it's so many great people that are making content and they do it in their own way, they do it in their own style, and we all can support each other and lift each other up. All of this tearing apart and all that stuff, we'll get into that a little bit later, but yeah, it's not necessary. It's not.
Yeah,
But
and as I said, there's nobody I would never say don't listen to anybody's content because it's personal choice. There is just some content I couldn't even talk about.
Hey, Star, what's up, girl? She said my mouth won't let me. What's going on, Star? How you doing? But yeah, I agree. I agree. I concur.
Hey, Star, when are you going to go live and give us some guitar lessons and some music and talk about the history of music and stuff that you know so well and you love?
I know, because I think somebody who could play instruments is sexy to me. I don't know. That's just how I say it. And I'm not that good at playing instruments. I dabble, and I try to learn. But playing a guitar, I think that's really bad. That's really bad. But yeah, girl, go ahead. You gotta do some of your guitar content and stuff like that. Everybody has skills and things to bring to the table that's great and beautiful about them, and that they do well. And I just think like we can support one another and uplift each other for all of the things, you know, like we don't all have to be the same. But
Yeah, and the other thing that I would say is go listen to people that are making music like the Atlas family, like Dropping the Tea, like Good Utopia, and of course Golden Queen music and Mama Warrior, who has some beautiful gospel music that she makes. Yeah, please support, you know, everybody needs your support. Just, you know, it's uplifting if everybody unifies and tries to support people who are trying to do some stuff out there. It may not be your cup of tea. I particularly like Goody's music because Goody uses some good samples in her music and she's very talented.
yeah, I like her music for real. I like music, period. So I listen to so many different genres of music. If the beat is hitting, you know, and the vibe or the music or the lyrics in
And
the
sorry,
music, like,
Atlas has got some tracks that I've had, some new tracks that I've heard that are really good. The Atlas Family Music. I think they have a whole channel where their music is. He's got some great new tracks that I heard as well.
yeah,
So
I heard some new tracks too.
support people, please. Support everyone. Support everyone that you choose to support, and don't worry about supporting people that other people seem to want to point out is bad to support because it's not their effing business who we support. Okay? They can take screenshots all day, but we just don't care. And that is all I'm going to say because I might get into that house cleaning that I didn't want to do right about now. Where are we off to next, Miss
Latto.
Golden?
So
Okay,
Latto,
that's good. This is our final video, yeah?
yep, this is the last one.
Okay, cool.
We're gonna take a
Because
quick
you need
song
me
break.
to shut my mouth, otherwise I might run it off today.
Girl, it's fine. It's Friday, child. We laid back, we lit up. But no, we're gonna listen to a little bit of Latto's interview in just a minute after this song break. But y'all know, like I said, congratulations to Latto. She just had her first child that is healthy and, you know, successfully or whatnot with her pregnancy and her birth and all of those things. She's happy. And so she's talking about now her new journey as far as motherhood. but she also has some things she's going to speak about with some of her relationships and stuff in the industry. And, you know, of course, she'll be talking about 21 Savage, y'all, because y'all know, everybody want to know about the relationship stuff. So, yeah, she went to the Breakfast Club to talk about that. And I thought that was a really good interview. So we'll listen to that in just a moment. Let's play this song real quick and we'll be right back.
Everybody got a panel. Everybody got a problem. Let's talk about it. Why everybody beefing? Nobody believing. Everybody scheming. Everybody streaming. Started as a work, now the whole thing bleeding. Fake friends switch sides every season. New face, new team, new lie every evening. Everybody hungry for the clicks and the reasons. Views up, drama get the views up. Look, everybody suddenly a journalist now. Microphone tough with the filters and cloud. They don't even know what the culture about. Just smell a little smoke, then they ran in the house. Boxing sector looking WWE. Fake press conference and reality TV. Started with a live stream, now they selling PPV. Best friends yesterday, now they scream RIP. Cat ding ding ding, another fake rivalry. Cameraman zoom while they build hostility. Comments get toxic, ego get slippery. Now the work turn real and destroy the chemistry. Used to throw punches in the ring for sport. Now they throw friends under buses for support. Everybody got receipts and folders and reports. Whole sector acting like spiritual court. Site TC spilling all over timelines. Screenshots, leak calls, everybody prime time. No context, just captions and headlines. So get traded for algorithm deadlines. And I ain't saying everybody fake, but let's be honest, peace don't pay. Or we worked it out, get ignored all day, but I exposed him, get 100K. Why everybody beefing? Nobody believing. Everybody scheming. Everybody streaming. Started as a work, now the whole thing bleeding. Fake friends switch sides every season, switch sides. New face, new tea, new lie every evening. Everybody hungry for the clicks and the reasons. Views up, drama get the views up. See the algorithm hunters lurking in the dark, jumping in beef just to build up a spark. Never put work in, never had heart. Now they commentary kings from a Walmart cart. Everybody got an inside source now. Everybody got a truth exposed now. Soon as the views dip low, somehow they manufacture anger just to go viral. It's a circus with ring lights. People losing real friends over click bites. Whole panel screen fights every midnight. Then they text backstage like, you good, right? Girl, bye. But the fans can't tell where the script ends. Creators crash out just to trend again. You can see the pain underneath the grin. Souls exhausted, but they live stream again. How many friendships gotta die for content? How many people gotta bleed for engagement? How many ops y'all gonna create before y'all realize the audience addicted to the chaos too? And the algorithm know it. Why everybody beefing? Nobody believing. Everybody scheming. Everybody streaming. Whole internet war, but nobody winning. Everybody loud, but nobody listening. Cloud bottom spiraling, crashing, tripping, turning fake smoke into real life endings. Views up, drama get the views up. Maybe the real fight ain't each other.
All right, y'all. Thank y'all for rocking with me for that song real quick. So let's go ahead and get right into this audio. So this is an interview with Big Latto over on the Breakfast Club. And she's talking about her, newfound life and experience being a new mother and some big names in the industry, such as, 21 Savage. She talks a little bit about Jay-Z. She talks a little bit about Drake, a little bit about Ice Spice and Cardi B. So we'll get into that. Let's listen to it together and we'll meet y'all in the chat.
Well, congratulations. So you got what you wanted. You wanted a girl. Ooh,
I wanted a girl bad.
Yeah.
I'm a girl mom. Is that why you're retiring?
Right.
Is that why you retiring?
You knew that was coming.
It's a part of it for sure.
You ain't damn retiring, Latto.
I don't know. I mean, I said that when I was not having a good day.
Okay.
Has it changed now? A little bit?
It changes daily. Like, I don't know. I can't really say.
What about
it's like I'm navigating postpartum. So it's like some days I be like, no, I don't want to do this no more. Like, I don't want to do it no more. And then some days I be like, I love this. I'm so re-inspired. Like, I want to drop another album. Like, I don't know.
I saw you say that you did this for Alyssa. And it was kind of the battle internally of like, your baby was planned. Alyssa wanted to have a baby, but Latto is still trying to figure out what's my career going to be like?
How that's going to fit into my career. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I felt selfish a lot of times for choosing to do that. And it's not even fair to me to feel selfish.
Yeah.
But, I was literally just saying in the car, like, doing this so young and like, the non-abusive Joe Jackson.
Yeah. You gotta put that out there.
Yeah, I gotta put that out there. It just had me like wired differently. So I looked at it like, damn, I'm being selfish right now. But yeah, I did that though.
Now you mentioned your dad. And you said he wasn't Joe Jackson, of course.
Yeah, he's not Joe Jackson.
We seen your dad grow up with you from the rap game show.
Yeah.
You have a song on your album that talks about your dad, right? Now break down that song a little bit, because I'm on both sides with you and your dad, right? After you listen to the song, we'll play the song in a second. The reason I said I'm on both sides is your dad, from what I saw, gave up a lot of his life to make sure his baby girl was there, right? And he gave up his life and his career to make sure his daughter had everything that she wanted. But then when his daughter got everything, you're like, all right, Dad, high five, bang. This is mine, not yours. Well,
damn, that's what it came across.
That's what I took a little bit.
I took it as like, you grew into, like, your dad raised you to be very successful and very driven, but there were things that you wanted from him that he might not have known he wasn't giving you. And once you got older and you found yourself, you built your own world to get that. And he kind of doesn't understand that what's yours is not always his. That's how I took it.
That's what I meant in the song when I said, but my blessings ain't your blessings. You confusing love with transgression, and that shit's so depressing. Yeah, okay, well, let me clear that, because that was not my
Let's just talk about the penmanship, though, the bars, baby.
Yeah,
I like
pushing that pen.
Yeah.
Latto is a real pen pusher.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I love my daddy so much. I made that song when we still hadn't spoken yet, and we hadn't spoken over 6 years. So, but I was in a place of like forgiveness when I wrote that song, for him and myself. So I didn't look at it like a diss to him or anything like that. It was more so me just, like kind of using it as therapy. And yeah, I was forgiving him and not bashing him, more so just understanding him. Now that I'm a parent, I'm like, dang, I got one on the way now, and I'm gonna make some mistakes myself. So, and I look back like, dang, his mistakes wasn't even really like that deep. Like, as an adult and as a parent, I'm like, people is human, and you know, I'm not gonna be the perfect parent either. So
how did y'all get there though? How did y'all get to the point where y'all weren't speaking, and then how did y'all?
Because I saw them at the
fix
baby
it?
shower.
Yeah.
Photo you posted, and the video that went viral
you
from
saw
the
his
baby
ass
shower.
at the baby shower.
Yeah, and you know, I was all in the video, like, who in there? But it seemed like he posted it just happy, but it made news so crazy.
Yeah, I love my daddy to death, and yeah, that was the second time I had been around my daddy. He said knew he wasn't supposed to be posting nothing from that baby shower.
But how did y'all get to the point where y'all weren't talking? Like, what was that? Because you was such a daddy's girl from what we see.
Yeah, I grew up such a daddy's girl. I don't know, I just started growing myself. I started growing myself and just seeing things in life and our relationship differently. My sister and my man was always in my ear, like, you need to talk to your daddy. You need to talk to your daddy. And the more I prayed on it, the more I felt like a calling to have that conversation with him. And my sister kept in contact with my daddy. So I would tell her, like, I think I'm getting ready to speak to him. And then finally we just had the conversation at my sister's house, and it was tears. And the crazy thing about it, when we first had that first we saw each other over 6 years. We had a conversation for the first time over 6 years. And I told him I was pregnant. in that same conversation. So it was very emotional. Yeah,
Wow. Can we talk about the my me and my man situation? Because for a long time, y'all been spinning us with like the little subtle jabs, but now we know that you and 21 Savage are together. And
she's still glowing. Look at her.
We're excited for you over here.
Still blushing. All right.
But I want to know, right? Like when you're deciding to now be a lot more public about things like you and 21 Savage dating, why now? Like you were blessed to be private for a long time till they caught y'all on them that vacation.
Ooh, what I said, I had addressed that on the album too. It's like what people when you don't give it to them just like raw, they gonna run with all type of narratives and be peeking in your business literally. Like, damn, I'm on vacation, yeah. Why now? I think I don't know. I feel like I still am private to a certain point, but it's like I mean, to a certain extent. But I feel like once you start reaching different milestones in life, you can only be so private. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got a baby, I can only be so private. But
and it probably feels good. You want to share it.
Yeah, I do. I'm more comfortable sharing it like in the music because I'm in that booth alone and I can just speak freely.
But I think also too, there's a conversation to be had about why can't you be happy in love and be loved properly?
Because they misery love company. They want you to be crying like them and they want you to be in a relationship with an ain't shit nigga like them and like, nah, babe, that ain't the reality over here. I'm sorry that you can't relate.
And that never
I'm sorry, we
you.
praying for you. I hope you experience a love like this one day.
I feel like they attack your life so much. Like I remember even when you were pregnant, right? And it's your business when you want to announce your pregnancy, right?
Oh my
God. It's your business when you want to tell your family and your friends.
It was the show in Japan.
And they were trying
and they were like, la 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 la. I think that's actually how I met your team because I was like, hey, we want to be respectful over here.
I appreciate that too.
I know that. I mean, I've learned a lot in this room. It's very different than my last job. TMZ's very different.
Didn't used to give a damn. So I'm glad.
But it was more so like, when you are expecting, and it's a lot that goes, and I learned from Jess that like that first couple months and trying to figure out those trimesters and all that. But people after that show in Japan were like, Latto's pregnant.
Yeah.
Was that hard to deal with, the pressure to be like, put it out there?
Yeah, I was in Japan crying in my room and I had text my team like, y'all, can we go get hibachi or something? Because I'm just not feeling it today. Mind you, my team didn't even know. Like only my best friend is my DJ. My manager is like my sister. And my role manager, Rico, is like my brother. Them the only people that knew at that point. My assistant, my stylist, the women who dressed me, Uma and Luca, they did not know. Like nobody on my team knew. So my family didn't even know. So like my grandma is seeing this stuff on the internet and she calling my mama like, is Alyssa pregnant?
Damn.
And
all right, y'all. So we'll pause it right there and take a quick commentary break. We like just a bit, half through or whatever. But we got about like 10 minutes left and then that's it with that interview. But I love me some Big Latto. My mama loved Latto. One of my mama's favorite female rappers is Latto. And I don't know, I just think like she's just a cutie pie to me. Like she's so adorable. And I love hearing her have this conversation and stepping into this place in her life, which a lot of women, we at some point, maybe if blessed to do so, we are able to step into that point. And there is a lot that goes on with it. I know there's a lot that went on, when I was going through that time in my life. And I can't imagine like if I was a celebrity or a rapper or a star or anything like that, like how people can be so invasive into like your business and your life. And, sometimes just be like spilling your tea and, digging and poking for info. And it's things that you're still trying to navigate within, that type of journey that you're in, right? As far as like your hormones sometimes, your choices sometimes, like all of that. That's up to you. You're navigating through that, through your experience and who you may be with and all of the things. When everything is always on like front street for everybody to see your personal business, that's got to be a hard challenge. And so that's one of the things that I started to learn later on after I was spending time like on YouTube or whatnot in the black tea sector or the gossip sector and stuff like that, which is why I say when I first started watching channels and content, it wasn't about content creators going against content creators. It was about content creators was talking about celebrity business and tea. And so, I was being real nosy and invasive as well because I was listening to content creators that were talking about celebrity business and tea. And then once you become like a content creator, it doesn't make you a celebrity or anything, but you kind of get put in that same type of predicament that now that you've put yourself out there, it's like people feel as though they're entitled to, dig into your personal business, spill your tea, talk about your life, talk about you all the time. And it gets annoying, especially when they get it wrong or something that, you know what I'm saying? Like they're being invasive about. So when I started experiencing that, even just being a little itty bitty content creator over here, y'all, with not that many subscribers, when I started experiencing that, it started making me have more compassion for celebrities. Because I was like, yo, that same type of invasiveness that's like really bothering me and that is, about to make me like turn up all the way, they probably is experiencing this like times 10, times 20. And that's probably something hard to deal with and navigate through. You know what I mean? So one of the things that she was saying about that, as far as her pregnancy, that's what made me think about that. And then also the very vulnerable beginning that she started out with, because there was a disconnect at some point in time between her and her father, and they were very close, and then they grew apart, and then now they're back together. And I think that's great because sometimes life be life, and it's like that. Sometimes you may fall out with your friend, your spouse, your parent, whoever, and it may be years go by that you got to take some time apart, but you can always get it back. And for the reasons that you fall out, for each individual, their side is their side. Like how this person feels is how this person feels. How that person feels how that person feels. So I thought that was pretty a good conversation, and I thank her for being vulnerable, to talk about that and bring that to the platform to discuss, because I feel like a lot of people have those, encounters and things and stuff in their life with their own family, their own parents, their own, peoples and stuff. So what do you think about this, Imani, from what we heard just so far before we get into the rest?
Yeah, I think it's really good. I think regardless of whether you're a celebrity or regardless of whether you're in the crazy psych ward of YouTube, uh, and whatever, depending on the sector you're in, I think being a working mum is really difficult, and I think that's what she alludes to, because she alludes to the fact, and these are some of the topics we want to cover. She alludes to the fact that her emotion, how she feels about retirement, depends on her emotion, and she's alluding to the fact that she's probably had postpartum depression, I believe. um
Right,
you know
right,
and the fact that, as someone who has a career, and it doesn't matter whether it's you're in the performing world, you're a celebrity, just whether you're a working mum, it doesn't matter if you're working in the school, is a hard task to juggle your life around being there for your children, and being and you know, doing your work. Doesn't matter what job it is, and it doesn't
right.
matter what it pays. It's a difficult road to navigate. And only when people have that stuff going on, the work and life balance, and making sure you're there to for your children, or stop, taking a break in your career to have a baby. It's difficult because people people sometimes, depending on where you are, they don't understand the struggles that you have. She also talked about, like you said, you know um that she spent, I think it was about 6 years, that she wasn't talking to her father, and they've reconciled and they've come to forgiveness of one another, whatever it was. And he was the one that pushed her towards the success. And I thought, she said he wasn't the Joe Jackson type of father, but she's definitely been conditioned to work hard and achieve. But I think there is a definitely a big thing here about balancing work and life, and having children, and the struggles, and also sometimes the things that people don't pay much attention to, such as postpartum depression. I think there's more of an awareness now, But imagine years ago, when some of our ancestors and our, people who have left us were going through this stuff, it just wasn't a thing. You just had to get up and do what you had to do and get on with it.
Right.
So it
Exactly.
wasn't understood that these things happen and the hormone changes and, the guilt of leaving your child. I remember the guilt of leaving my child to go to work was
Right.
incredible. And believe you me, he used to make a performance out of it. And
Yeah.
especially when I used to travel, I just used to see him hanging onto the car on the way, as I was leaving to go to the airport. And he did it every time I'd get to the airport.
Tears in their eyes and just heartbroken.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
I'd get to the airport because there was once I actually let him come to the airport, and
Right.
the hearing the screams as I was going through passport control, I
It
said,
breaks your
never
heart.
again,
Breaks your
never
heart.
again. And
Yeah.
then but the funny thing was when I called my mother about 20 minutes later, she said he's fine. She said he's playing. So,
It's like for that moment, they're like disrupted. And it's like, oh, please, mommy. But then once they get their, eyes set on something else, or they start playing a game or got a toy or something, child, they will be okay. And we have to learn that. Like we have to navigate through that as a mother, especially if you are a first time mother. It's just like you don't
and
know
they
that.
know. They
Yeah.
know how to tug those heartstrings. He knew. He used to do it deliberately. Deliberately. Every time I was going. Every time he saw the suitcase.
Yeah, yeah. They start getting the tears ready, child. They getting them up so they can pour them out and make you feel bad because you got to go out here and go to work and stuff like that. And so, that's the thing as well. Like people have different decisions and choices and things that they make in their life. That people are not privy to that information because it's really none of their business, to be quite honest. But there are stay-at-home mothers. Some people have the luxury to do that. Some people don't. That's just it is what it is. And it's like, people like to judge a lot of time, like somebody parenting, their motherhood, how they, living in their household and stuff with their child. Like all of that stuff is weird to me because I'm like, if people are not around you 24/7, they don't know what you're going through, what you're experiencing, where you're mentally at, where your hormones is at, what type of interaction you have with your family and your child and your people, then I feel like people should not speak on that in any type of derogatory or negative way because you don't know. And so I like the fact that Latto comes out and say that. And what is really unfortunate, like I said earlier, that made me sit back and be like, I don't even really want to do celebrity gossip. What I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to conversations from celebrities, which I've always done and I've always liked to do. And I'm going to hear them out. I'm going to listen to their story and I'm going to play that. And then we have a discussion like this about it where we can find that at the core, we all are human. They're celebrities. They may be rich. They may be having millions, billions, whatever. I don't count nobody pockets. But they're human at the same time. And a lot of the experiences that they're going through are the same experiences that we go through. Okay. Whether you're a fan or you're the celebrity. You a mother, you a woman, you a female, you're going through birth, you're going through postpartum, preeclampsia, all of those things. Despite whether you are a celebrity or just somebody who just live a regular everyday life, those experiences can be very similar and can bring you closer together. And so sometimes passing too much judgment on them, right? When they're in those type of regular human predicaments, it's just like, yo, is that really fair of us to do? To like be dragging and talking? Like, and it makes me think about a lot of the content that I seen when people was talking about Krishan Rock and her son. And I remember, way back in the day or whatnot, like, unfortunately, I could tell and I could say that, something was a little bit probably not all too together with her son. But is that fair to talk about? A mother who's going through that or has a child that may be in that predicament, you got to imagine they're not going to be proud of that. They're not going to be happy. They don't want to hear thousands and millions of people on the internet talking about how their child that they just had that they love so much, that may be going through something medically or something like that. So I was just like, it made me sit back and look like, yo, we got to be careful, even when it comes to celebrity gossip. Like, just kind of have a little bit more heart. Like, even if you want to talk about some salacious things, some of the stuff that's salacious, I don't think they mind you talk about. But when you talking about tender things like that, you got to remember that this is a person, and these people have feelings and lives and stuff too. Like, sometimes it can go too far. So, but sometimes you don't know that, or you don't think that way until you in, not to say the same predicament, but maybe a similar predicament. Does that make sense, Imani?
Sorry, yeah, no, the thing is, I have an experience of this, with a family member who had a child. She had given birth before, and she had a second son who was not, his development was not as it should have been. And to be honest with you, the biggest part of getting her to get him the help he needed, and don't get me wrong, she looked after him, she stayed at home, she was with him 24/7. He's passed now, RIP. The biggest part of trying to get her to get him help was for her to accept he wasn't going to develop normally, and that it was the emotional part of that she couldn't face that fact that he needed that extra help, and he wasn't going to develop, have the developments of his age group. He didn't lift his head up. He couldn't support his neck, and she was convinced that one day he was just gonna, jump up and start walking, which unfortunately he never did. But we realized after a while, after talking to her, and it wasn't as though we didn't talk to her and try and get her to come to the realization. It wasn't as though nobody cared. It wasn't though she wasn't looking after him. It was just that she couldn't face it. And that was a difficult thing. And at the point she realized that, he was not in harm's way. It was not that she wasn't looking after him. She just didn't want to face up to the fact that her child had cerebral palsy. And that was a
Right.
difficult journey for her. So I have great sympathy for anybody with, because we all, not we all, some of us have been through pregnancy, and, I've got, other friends who have other children with development problems. It's very, very emotional. It is not, it is not something that many people who are in that position don't think about and don't care about their child. I don't know, Christian Rock. Unfortunately, her her baby has been on social media, and this is what I think is the biggest problem, because if you notice, there are some celebrities who never see their kids, don't even see their kids' faces. They don't bring them to the
Right.
internet. They don't bring
Right.
them to social media. Therefore, no one can make any commentary about what's going on with them. Unfortunately for Christian Rock, she has lived her life, her whole life, in social media. And that is why, unfortunately, everybody feels they can have a say. And because you put it out there, you've made it part of part of your story, and
Right.
that's maybe something people should think about. The kids don't ask to be on social media, and they didn't say, yes, mummy, you can take me on Instagram and do all this stuff. So that's something people need to think about, because there is just everybody is just putting, as far as I'm concerned, people are just putting out too much of their life on social media, and then
Right.
don't like the feedback afterwards. But I do understand the difficulties of coming to realization that your child's going to need that extra help, that extra therapy, that extra physio, because I have been through it with a close relative, And it was a struggle, a big struggle. It was a 2-year struggle to get her to accept what had happened. So I do understand both sides of the argument, but he wasn't on social media, you know.
Right. So imagine
a big family.
So yeah, there's that, because even just when your family is talking about it, that's even enough to drive you over the edge. That too many people have an opinion about what's going on, and they might want to judge and say, "Oh, it must have been something that she did. Oh, it must be something that they're doing. That the child is in this predicament. It's her fault." Your family will even say that sometimes, and that's just your family. So think about like being a public figure or a celebrity. You don't even got just your day ones and your ride-or-dies, your family that could have possibly an opinion about it. You got the whole world who has an opinion about it, and you're navigating through it and struggling through it, and in a difficult place with that. And that doesn't even necessarily have to be when it comes to something being wrong. That's just something, period. Like, okay, for instance, for an example,
and in this
right?
scenario, sorry to cut you, Golden. In this scenario, this girl was one of the most. She didn't drink. She didn't smoke anything. She didn't take anything. She lived a very, 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 clean, healthy lifestyle. But it's something that happened.
It just happened. It's like that sometimes. And you got to imagine, like, a lot of mothers, they hold a lot of weight on their heart when it comes to that, because they're going and they're flipping through all of the things, and they trying to figure out, well, what happened? Like, is it my fault? What did I do? What did I do that this is the reason why my baby is like this? And did I do this? Did I do that? They're going through all of that. Meanwhile, the whole world has an opinion about it, right? Because it's public knowledge for everybody to pick at and make their commentary about and stuff like that. So once I started like really understanding that and grasping that concept, I was just like, I don't even want to participate in that type of content anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to make an opinion on anything like that. I want to give people grace and understanding and respect to the fact that they may be celebrities and stuff, and okay, it's cool, whatever. Talk about it. Like, honestly, that's gotten old as well, because once you really realize, like, we all is really human. It don't really matter. You a celebrity. It don't matter how much money in your account. We all live in the same type of really life, honestly, as the human experience. So nobody's really no better than anybody else. They just may have a couple more bucks. That's about it. And they more well known and stuff like that. And all of those things. So I just kind of like, I don't really like, what did they used to call that? I'm not starstruck. I'm not a starstruck person, but some people are very starstruck. But anyway, aside from that, like, I had to bear witness to that. Like, when I first started doing some content and stuff on YouTube, it was like, my son, he was seen on the camera on YouTube, and then people can get a pick at him. But you do have to take the accountability. Well, he wouldn't have been on that camera if you didn't put him on that camera. So that's why a lot of people see now I don't cam up as much. Like, you definitely not going to see my son on camera. I got people out here talking about my son has fetal alcohol syndrome. He's inebriated. Like, when people get nasty work, they say nasty work. But now my son has become the target because they don't like me. And the only reason my son's the target is because he is someone that I have presented or made it very known that is in my life. And, people will go for the jugular. So you want to go for my kids, you want to go for my mama, all of those things. It's very nasty work. And that's why I'm saying, like, on this platform, those things I don't
listen, Golden. Those people are sick, nasty individuals who have too much time on their hand for their toxic crap. So I wouldn't even give them the time of day. They're not worth even discussing, because anybody who makes those assumptions, not even knowing you, needs help. Pill call. That's what I told you. It's a psych ward.
Child, that'll be on our next live. We're gonna do our next live, and we'll discuss all those things on our next live. But I just wanted to add that into, since we're talking about Latto and she's talking about now being a new mother and all things and celebrities, I'm in no shape or no form of celebrity. So it just go to show, like, if you just a content creator, a small itty bitty content creator that doesn't have that many subscribers, if these people will come for your family, you know what I'm saying, your kids and stuff like that, Imagine how the celebrities feel if they got millions and billions of people that's looking at their life. You know what I mean? Like commentating on their kids. I remember.
I don't know. Sorry, Golden. I think you might be a celebrity because you got your own personal stalker. You really
Girl.
do. You got your own baby reindeer hanging around YouTube. Trust me.
Oh my God, girl. It's too much. Let's keep getting into this video. Let me go ahead and play some more, then we'll be right back. Because, it's not too long. We got about another 10 minutes of this video, and then we'll wrap up this live so we can prepare for the next one. So let's get back into it. I love me some Latto.
Sorry, I'll behave now. I'll behave.
It's okay, girl. We can misbehave on the next live. I'm kid free. My baby boy is with his daddy. I'm here. We gonna talk about it. We gonna turn it up. We're gonna get on it in the next live, child, because we got some things to get into. But beautiful Latto. I love her so much. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy that, she have her beautiful baby successfully, healthy and stuff like that. And I do feel for people that's like, Krishan Rock, that maybe, that baby, unfortunately, things is not so great. That breaks my heart. That's not something that I want to make content about. That's not something that I want to point out. That's not something that I want to laugh about and drag about. You know what I'm saying? Because that's never an easy, like you said, experience to go through. So, thank God or whatnot that everything has been healthy and successful with Latto's baby. And she's talking about her motherhood journey. And then after this, y'all, she's going to get into some names in the industry. So let's listen to the rest.
Did your mom know at that point?
Yeah, my mama knew. I told my mama early on. My mama knew, but it was still like my grandma, like very close people to me that didn't know. When I got dressed and I did the fitting, y'all, I swear I didn't look pregnant. I did not look pregnant, but I guess like when you performing, you're not thinking about sucking your stomach in. And I really did have just ate too. I just ate.
There's a different food stomach.
And girl, listen, hibachi don't be swelling you up like that.
But then when I posted my pictures, right, my caption was like along the lines of like, "Oh, I just ate too much ramen. Y'all tripping?" Like, nah, that girl pregnant as hell.
Yeah. I was 21 with the baby. Has it changed him at all?
For sure.
Look at her. Oh my God, girl, get to the dance.
Is he like the pookie with the baby? Like pookie? Is he like that with the baby? And then he go outside
and
he
feels weird to like talk about my relationship publicly. But yeah, he been sending me videos like, and I've been crying looking at him. Like,
You see a different side of 21 now, because it's like when you were a child, you see a whole different side. You be like, yo,
God working in mysterious ways. Let me say that, because I feel like we both needed a girl.
Yeah.
We both needed a girl.
One of the things I thought was, I saw a pick up big too, was when you and 21 Savage's, the mother of his other kids, hung out, had a good time. The video's viral. Girls' night. I know with Jess and what she talks about with her co-parenting, but one of the biggest things I learned from her was when you're in a good place, that type of stuff is like a normal thing. Like we're all family at that point. So when that type of stuff is out there and you're changing the narrative around that, how does it feel to get all of the like conversation around it? Because you're in a good place about it, but the world is like confused because they don't normally see it.
Yeah, that's why they ass gonna stay confused.
Like, why be confused?
Because every time y'all think it's something and then it don't be that, then they make up something else, and then it's like, but yeah, that was one of our children 5th grade graduation, and we was kicking it, and yeah, people just they gonna continue to be confused, but.
You've been very open with a lot of the growth in the moments too. Like you vlogging, we see you on stream.
Yeah.
The Ice Spice situation when y'all were in y'all moment, and then y'all literally were public about the reconciliation and all those things. Like I think people get a chance to grow with you and learn with you, and that's why we become like fans.
Yeah.
But why did y'all squash that one? Like, because that could have went on forever, but y'all decided to squash it and did it with record. I thought that was dope.
Why? I don't know. I'm like growing up. I'm just growing up, and I just be like, shit don't be that deep.
What was that conversation like?
This nigga just asked you, why did you decide?
Why?
Because
why did you decide to be mature?
No, I think that's dope. But she pulled up in the Bronx.
Because then it's not even just because people can squash stuff, but then y'all get together and do a song. Y'all do business together. I think it's different when you link your brand and your face or something too. I think that was the most mature thing I had seen in a while. Like, oh, this is a real thing.
Yeah. It just wasn't that deep. So her manager had called my manager and was like, she trying to squash it. Like she want to do music, and I was like, you know what? Actually, I am open to that. I'm open to that.
Okay. Mature Latto.
Yeah.
I love that. She said,
especially when it's something that was like for no reason. Anyways, like that shit was one of them times where I let like Twitter and like just like noise get in my head, and probably she could say the same. I can't speak for her, but I'm guessing that's the same for her. And we both was probably on some like, bitch, what we even beefing about again?
Like we both successful.
Yeah,
we, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We don't rap about the same shit. We got two different genres, but we both rap girlies. Let's do that.
Yeah, and we got more in common than differences. So it's like, you know, whatever.
So are you not still going to accept the bag from Cardi?
Yeah.
And on that, you have a verse where you talk about, you know, you say, bitch said what, let's clock it. Really got a Hermes store in my closet. Talking about buying Big Mama a bag like a nigga ain't already bought it. Like my nigga ain't already coming off racks. Big bank, big facts. And we know that Cardi apologized publicly to you after she went on that rant against Ice Spice and mentioned you, and mentioned buying you a bag in private. And then this line came in. The fans were like, is she talking to Cardi? What's going on? Like everybody's trying to piece it together and figure that out.
Well, yes. Yeah, it was about Cardi. Like we were saying earlier, like I rap about what's going on in my life at the moment. At the time, well, first of all, I made this album over 9 months. I made the album while I was pregnant. And yeah, I was at an early stage in my pregnancy. And I rushed to the studio to do this verse for her in time for the first week sales, whatever. And
for airtime.
Yeah, for the airtime remix. And literally like 2 days later, I'm all over the internet, I'm being called pussy. I'm pregnant, emotions high, like
hormonal.
You know, and it's someone I dead eyes looked at as a friend. Like I understand this you know, industry shit first too, but we was on a texting basis. So I feel like, yeah, you tweeted to the world, but we got each other number.
Yeah.
You know?
So y'all never talked personally after that, around that?
So then like probably like 2 months later, something like that, she did text me, but by that time I'm like, that ain't even like, I'm not even thinking about that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? So
have y'all spoke since then?
Since the song has
I haven't spoke since the record came out.
Would you be open to the conversation, or you just
I'm open to the conversation. When I don't know, because I got a baby now and some more shit. Like I got life done kept moving. But yeah, I made that like when the people just now hearing that song, but like I made that song when that was a topic in my life. It wasn't no diss. Like that's just what was happening in my life. Like you talking about buying Big Mama bag, bitch, my nigga do that. Like I don't need no damn bag. Like, that's just where I was in life. It is what it is.
And then not to make up for calling me pussy either. Like I don't want to bag.
Yeah, especially in exchange for that. Like I don't know. It just left a bad taste in my mouth. So I just like I was in the booth and that's just what was happening. And then I just said what was happening. And you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
And you're never afraid to address anything. Why is that? Like you will address something in a minute. Why?
You think so?
Absolutely.
Well, in the music,
in the music,
yeah.
And I think that's very smart that you do it that way as well.
Yeah. I feel like in the music, I'm able to convey my message with thoughts. I can sit there and write exactly how I'm feeling and be intentional. So
and you in your element. Like
I'm in my element.
Spitting that shit.
Yeah.
Does anything bother you though? Like this certain that somebody said bother you? Does anything like
I wouldn't be talking about it in the music if it didn't bother me. I don't be 100. Yeah,
get out my face. You come in talking about the whole side bitch conversation that people try to throw on you. Like you and Glow are going off and addressing a lot of the things. So has that been something that has bothered you? I mean, and that's why you put it in the music, or where do you live with that now?
For sure. I think even if it like I address things that bother me in the music, but even if it's not necessarily bothering me, but that's just what's happening in my life at the moment. I talk about it in the music. That's why I don't understand why I get all these like like who wrote it, and I don't write. Like it's like you can hear that The internet ain't real life. The internet ain't real
when
life.
did the rumor come out that Drake wrote your album or Drake wrote your
like
record
when
for you?
did they start saying that?
Yeah. How did that come out?
Ask the people. But that's why I said. So if they think Crody wrote it, that's a compliment. Like I'm getting compared to the GOAT. Thanks.
A lot of times I feel like it's just fans because like there'll be certain like melodies or flows. I know I saw Joe Budden and I saw you put your writing of your song and added
Joe Budden.
He had said that Hostage sounds like a Drake flow. And that's what people say. They always do that with her where they'll be like, oh, this sounds like a flow or a reference. So Drake must have wrote it.
I mean, I listened to Drake. I don't really know what to say about that other than like Crody wrote it.
Right.
I think Crody wrote it. That's a compliment. I don't know. I feel like I addressed it. Like I don't know.
To be clear, you write all your own shit.
Yeah. Like I feel like why is that even?
I'm sorry. What's your question? You're right.
I feel like why is that even a conversation when y'all saw me doing this live, like okay, not live, but on television as a kid? It's like I'm one of the very few females that y'all saw the organic come up. So it's like, why do I even get? But people gonna always have something to say, and like I said, the internet ain't real. So it's like all I can keep doing is addressing this shit in the music, and people gonna find something new to talk about every day, and that's why I be private. That's why I be private, because like you can't please people.
And I think that's what it is, because you are quiet. Like you'll get in the booth and put it on, paper, but because you are quiet, people run with whatever. That gives people room to make shit up.
What they don't know, they make up.
Yeah.
On my mama.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like if you address everything, like you gonna start working yourself into a hole that you can't get out of. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I be reading hella shit about my life that ain't true. What I look like addressing every single thing that I see is like, bro, I'm not, that's not how I see my life. It's like, I'm not finna waste my energy on no shit like that.
Well, what an excellent ending to that video. So much said there in that segment. A lot of things that I feel as though we can take some gems away from. And shout out to Latto for real, because she's a new mother. She looks very happy. She looks like she's in a great place. But she did grow up in the industry, right? She was young. We seen her when she started out. And she's learned a lot. She's learned how to navigate. She's learned how to talk. She's learned how to deal with things. She's learned how to be like this, legend, this high, like superstar celebrity. And I think what really comes with that is having, basically what she said, a mindset of like, yo, everything that people say about you and everything, you know what I mean, that you hear about you, you can't always respond to that. You can't let it get to you. You don't think about that. Like, keep it pushing, keep it moving, let it go. Every now and then you may have to pop out, but for the most part, it's like, just let people say what they're going to say and think what they're going to think. Because, when they don't know, they fill in the blanks. They fill in their own blanks, and they try to make it seem like they know about your life. They know who you are. They know how you move. They know how you get down. And like, that's just, look, I just think that that's really gemful advice. What do you think? Hear any of that, Imani? Or did it go out? Did the sound go out? I can't hear you.
Sorry. Did you just say something to me? Sorry. Yeah, the sound went out. I had to go out and come back in.
But you heard the last part of the Latto interview, right?
Yeah. I did. Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah, I mean, it
went out again. Hold on. Child. Here we go. Can you hear now? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Did you hit mute? I can't. All right. Say something. No, I still can't hear you. I don't know. It might be, how it can be. I still can't hear you. You might have to drop down and come back again. I don't know what's going on. I don't. But ridiculousness. Yeah. So Imani will be right back because she got some things to say to to that last segment there with Latto. But yeah, like that's basically what I was saying is just like, that is no further from true. Like sometimes you just gotta let people have it. Like say what you want to say, think what you want to think. That's on you, and try to not let it affect you and just keep pushing with your life and stuff like that. It's easier said than done. Let me be very clear about that. It's easier said than done, but I do think it is a great way to navigate, when it comes to those type of things. And it's crazy, like, cause you experience them and you never thought that you would be in a position where you would be experiencing that type of stuff. Like, I should not be experiencing things that rappers, female rappers that are famous and like way up there are experiencing when it comes to people who want to talk about them and lie about their life and lie on their kids, lie on their mama, lie on their man, just lie, tell lies and stories and stuff about you to make somebody like you less or not support you or not go to see your show or whatever. Like, what's the reason for that? Or you just have a disdain or a dislike for that person, and then you do those type of things. So but I kind of get that because it's just like, yeah, I'm very vocal about what I think and I feel. Let's just be clear about that. So it's been celebrities and stuff, y'all. I've been in their DMs and I'm just like, I will tell them how I feel because I feel like they better than that. And I'm like, yo, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? I will say things like that in the comment section. Or if I really feel like someone is like really, like a bully and nasty word and evil spirited, I'll tell them that I think that way about it. I'll say that. But I don't talk on people's families. I don't talk on people's kids and stuff like that. You know what I mean? How we feel about each other is how we feel about each other. What I know is, how I feel. I don't know what these people's life is and all of the things like that. So I think there's a line sometimes, but I think a lot of lines is getting crossed. Anyway, Monty is back. What's some of your thoughts and feelings about that last segment there of the interview with Latto and what she said?
Well, she talked about reconciling with her father and that she understood a lot more about him after she had a child, which I think goes for all of us. We understand a lot more about our parents and their difficulties and things that we never understood and when we have our own children. And then she talked about the industry drama, like squashing her beef with Ice Spice and explaining that social media, we've heard this theme all through this week in all interviews, that social media often turns minor things into major wars, and they chose growth and forgiveness and to squash it. And it's basically a lot of people could learn a lot about this, from listening to what some of the people have said this week, about the drama, the unnecessary drama. Yeah, she also talked about, the Cardi B issue with the lyrics in the album. And she pushed back on some of the rumors that other people write her music. Um, and I think her biggest frustration was that the internet constantly creates stories about people it doesn't actually know, which is what you were talking about just as I came out. And that's why she stays private and lets her music speak for itself. So really, the interview wasn't about beef. It was an interview about becoming a parent, healing family wounds, learning to forgive, and understanding that the internet will always have a narrative, but you get to write your own story, which is something I think we've said several times this week. But yeah, that's what I got from that. Talented, talented young woman doing what she does and juggling family and work as well, like many of us do. And that's really it for me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, apart from that, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody who contributed to the chat, joined the live, just saying check on your people, support people who are trying, encourage people who are struggling, And just remember, behind every profile picture is a real human being fighting battles you may never, ever know anything about. So peace is powerful, truth is undefeated, and sometimes the best way to answer a lie is to walk into a room and let people see the truth for themselves. That's if you can walk into a room, or you can go up on their platform and continue to do your content. Have a very blessed evening or afternoon or morning, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you on the next one. And really, apart from the fact that two of the bigger content creators that I really enjoy listening to are, who else is it? Kempire and Make It Make Sense. They're two of the larger content creators that not messy, present their content beautifully, stay out of the BS, sometimes report on stuff, but they do some great work, and they're great examples to follow of how to maneuver in this crazy, sometimes crazy sector. And really, actually, can leave you with the intro to Jay's performance. A reminder that no matter what people say, no matter what obstacles show up, no matter how many times people count you out, keep showing up. Because every dream is worth having. Every dream worth having requires resilience. Every success story requires perseverance. And every comeback starts with somebody deciding they're not done yet. So that's what I think. Have you got anything, Golden? Hello? I think Golden's disappeared. I don't know where she is, what she's doing. But yeah, it was like I said, we finished off the M.A interview, and I think that's it for us today. Golden, do you have anything? I don't know what's happened to Golden. I hope everybody did enjoy the content. Yeah, like I said, just have a peaceful weekend. Take care of yourselves. I'm not sure where Golden's gone or if she's dropped down.
Okay, I'm back, girl. That was the my mic. I had to unplug it and plug it back in. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, yeah, so I was listening. I heard what you were saying. I was just trying to get the mic back plugged in again and reset up. But yeah, we're gonna come back this evening. We have another live that we're gonna do. And it's yeah, we're gonna get into some things. We're gonna get into some things about these YouTube things and all of that. So, it'll be a little bit raw, nice little Friday night conversation. However, yeah, I mean, my thoughts and my sentiments as far as the interview with Latto, especially the end part, it couldn't be further from true. Like, I think most people honestly can attest to that as well. Being, a content creator, whether you're small, big, whatever, a lot of that is happening with content creators as well on YouTube. Even if you're not in Hollywood, you're not a celebrity, you're not a star, you still are getting those same type of experiences and things like that. And, it really is a pain in the you know what, but I guess that's what comes with the program, they say. But, child, you got some people that's going to pop out and you got some people that's not. But I think taking the stoic approach and the higher approach like Latto seems to be doing is probably the best route to go. Like, just ignore the madness, ignore the mess for the most part. And we'll start doing that tomorrow. Because tonight, like I said, we got a live that we're going to do. and we got some things that we need to address. So tomorrow we'll turn over a better leaf or whatever. Maybe not try to respond to some of this stuff. But this evening, Friday night, yeah, we got a few things we're going to talk about. Housekeeping. But sincerely, honestly, it's just like we just having a conversation, an adult conversation about things that we bear witness to and, that we want to address. So let's go ahead and end this here. We got to hurry up and get our next live ready. And y'all, we will be back to talk about that. It's going to be a short one, not too long. So thank you so much, Imani, my beautiful co-host, for coming and spending time with me. We will be back again in just a minute. Thank everybody in the chat who came. Anybody who was listening in the bushes as well. We appreciate your time. We end it with a bop per usual. Y'all, this is Golden and Imani out. We will see y'all in just a bit. We got a few more things to chit chat about on these YouTube streets. All right, y'all. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Yeah, internet got everybody acting now. Everybody realtor receipts pop out. Ooh. Whole time, half these wars got sponsorships attached. Facts. Ding. Came in humble, peeping vibes first. Everybody got a story who rehearsed worse. One live say villain, next string queen. Whole timeline living off clips and memes. Clock it, screenshot, checkers, crop context, then turn pain into profit monetized. Spinning if you say, let me hear both sides. Now they looking funny cause you think with your mind. Girl, bye. Whole sector built off selective outrage, fake tears, fake growth, fake healing stages. Everybody reach peace to the views, drop low, then another fake fallout for the next show. Whole time, fat. I don't move with minds, I observe first. Cause loud opinions don't decide what truth worth. Every villain ain't evil in disguise. Every angel ain't honest behind lies. Preach. I stand on business, not delusion. Half these friendships, strategic fusion. Views go up when the fake beef fly. Then they backstage laughing after live stream night. Fact. Stand on business, 10 toes planted. Everybody tough when attention granted. Wrong is wrong, right is right. Truth don't switch, cause emotions Some people don't want peace, they want leverage. Your platform, your audience, your presence. Soon as you distance yourself and move wise. Now they online remixing history with lies. Funny how boundaries reveal folks quick. Toxic people panic when they losing their grip. 1 week, enemies next week, friends again. Y'all don't got drama, y'all got marketing plans. Clicks, downloads, chats, reaction views. You become optional when money involved too. Everybody scream real to reality sting. Then honesty suddenly offensive again. That part. I just see clearer now. Some people love chaos more than connection. Some people only loyal when they need protection. I stand on business, solid pressure. Can't buy integrity with views or extras. Everybody asking for digital consumption. Whole lot of chaos for online discussion. Facts. Stand on business, no pretending. Truth stay truth when the trending in. And I won't fall just to fit online. Cause truth don't pick sides. Truth survive. Truth survive. Survive. Truth survive. Survive. Truth survive. 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 A lot of these friendships transactional. A lot of this outrage profitable. Truth survive.